would share early, and I'm like, this is the night. I'm gonna stream early. It literally never happens. But we're back to our usual 9-ish p.m.-ish Pacific-ish time, right? That's good. Where we want to be. Intend to just start a little earlier, but it evades me. It evades me. Being early is just never going to be my thing. Never have the expectation. Never know when to expect me. Even. Um, I am laughing so much today that sometimes being a bad person can really show you what it means to be a better person. And once you choose to be a better person, you can identify exactly how bad you were. But when you can identify that bad, uh, well, you can use it. So while we meditate on that thought, we're going to take a quick 3 minutes and be right back with who knows what tonight because we never do, right? For anyone who looks at me with green eyes of envy, my only and best recommendation is to just wake up and never know what the fuck you're doing. Okay, so I got nothing. I'm on mute. No, I'm not. Why is it saying I'm on mute? I'm not. Okay. Anyways, probably because none of y'all actually fucking listen to anything I fucking say, right? Okay, so one thing I was thinking about doing tonight was that this midnight card from the Halloween deck's been sitting up on that shelf to the point where I'm pretty sure I left it there the last time I had the Halloween Oracle out. I was very convinced that someone named John was gonna come through and talk this evening, and I thought it was gonna be Black History Month, Black Icon, but no one came up. Like usually during the day, I'll channel someone, um, if they're gonna talk, especially if it's preconceived. Where I thought about this several times, and it was like, nope, nobody. So I don't know if I'm gonna be taken off guard, surprised, or if they are waiting until I have a better mind. Where right now I'm in a fairly weakened state, so to speak, or at least having to focus on all my defenses for a lot of reasons, mostly being cyclically, you know, anxiety day. So maybe tomorrow we'll do that. I don't know, but I just felt like I should pull this card down, which like the reason we thought John in the first place was because John Lennon, but also this was a different night. That's confusing to me, right? There's a lot of stuff that's really confusing because there was this air of mystery and up in the airness that went on from like I don't know. I feel like for me personally, it feels like it was um April to August was well, come on, that's a great time. Especially if you're from the Midwest or have to live in winter, right? So April to August is like up in the air. Of course it is. Everybody's enjoying life and doing whatever the stupid fuck they want. It's nice out, tits out, gets out, like it's what are you gonna do? People having fun, everything's up in the air, whatever. And then the consciousness sets in of being a living human creature and like existing on this planet and eventually dying because then you're faced with winter and all these decisions that you never made or were avoiding or forgot existed even maybe. But regardless, or even if you're thinking back to it, there's something about August. Um, hmm. I see. People are caught up, I think, on the things that I say, especially creatively or artistically. I hear it. I hear track 6, track 5, track 5. Um, yeah, acknowledgement. What am I apologizing for? Being a fucking psycho and moron. Um, what? What? The whole thing is about AMDD. So that entails all of my very aggressive bullshit, all my paranoid delusions, all my out of pocket, out of line, out of mouth, fucking, oh my God, calm down moments. That is what the apology is for. The anatomy, not of course my banging fucking body that no one can take their eyes off of. Forget it. I'm sorry. Whoever just walked in on that, it doesn't matter. I don't even know why I have to talk about this, to be honest with you. But you know, when certain things pop in my head, I'm compelled to speak on them. The anonymity of all of you, anonymous, right? Like I, okay, um, okay. The anatomy. How am I not saying this word right? Anatomy, not the body, the uterus, the anatomy, the assigned female at birth. Get it? Is that cleared up now? That it was not. Is that why everyone is feeling kind of weird or something? Why am I being put on the spot on stream? You know what is so weird is that like there's so much explaining to do, and there's something like someone is like scared. I like the music. It's so weird. Okay, so we are talking about how like there was an ongoing storyline this year, this summer, where we were all just very excited, very looking forward to life, very much manifesting, right? Like there was so many good things, good ideas, freshness, like newness, goddess energy, summer of love vibes, right? And then I feel like mostly, perhaps even masculine energies were struggling because 22 being an even number would indicate um, fem energy, right? And I don't know how we came to that conclusion. It's a really old stream of mine. Um, and there was very loving, grounding, wholesome, energy. And then there was the misconstrued masculine view on what that energy means and what it pertains to. And the very limiting belief that all creative energy that comes from a woman has to be inherently sexual, or if it is because it's sexual, then it inherently means procreation rather than just creation. So I'm not really sure where these fucking themes are hitting from. Um, Once again, why I literally had no real intentions of what to talk about on the stream. And I was literally talking about a tarot card when all of a sudden I was like, wow, so is there an elephant in this room? Because you can just you can leave the room if you want to be an elephant. But I'm the one who remembers everything. So careful with that trunk, with them ivory tusks. Okay, so there was 3 cards that got left out too of the last reading I did with that new deck. I cleaned up and realized that I missed 3. I think they were on the floor, so I picked them up and left them on my desk for a few days with the ingredients to my love spells, which is so funny because, like, listen, have I live my life intentionless, unless I'm putting intention into it, right? So, like, there's never been an expected outcome for literally anything I've ever done. There has only been the one expectation is that I'm meant to be doing it in all moments of my life, and that if I don't, then it is the doing, even still. Okay, so taking it as it comes, day by day, bite by bite, moment by moment, track by track, song by song. Digest it before you ask questions, for sure. It'd be curious to me if anybody was that deeply interested, but man, that's weird, right? I don't know why this came up at all. And I'm keeping it vague because I feel like it's an extremely, incredibly personal message that has no business even being on air, but people get nervous to talk to me. Um, oh, you're so sweet. What's up? I was just giving more brutally personal messages. Is it you? No, you're just also intuitive. I was like, yo, it's the living humans that I'm struggling with. They're blocking all the messages from the dead folks at this point, and it just is annoying. Um, been trying to get through. Remember, we were talking about a dude named John, and we thought Coltrane, and it was like, no, no, nothing's clicking. I don't know what's going on there. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, go to bed, man. I appreciate you being here. You stayed up all night with us last time. It was a bad idea, but we love a good Thursday night because Fridays are unhinged. That's how I live my life. I also had fun. It's fun when you're here. It's fun when you're here too, lady. I love that anybody is anywhere that I am that I like in general, right? Okay, sorry. I literally like I schedule this way for a reason, so you have to understand I will be up until 5 a.m. I host Insomniacs Anonymous because I'm up during those hours anyways, somewhat intentionally, somewhat coincidentally, mostly coincidentally, but with intent, right? Um, it's a trap. It's not a trap. God, that sounds manipulative. I'm being honest, right? I just have this thing of like, can I really be manipulative if I'm just telling you what I'm doing and you're signing up to fucking do it? Like, I didn't manipulate you into doing anything. I was just saying the fuck I'm doing. How is that relevant to you? I don't get that. Um, That's a joke I have to continuously make this week for some reason because people come at me like, "Oh, you blah, blah, blah." I don't fucking just fall asleep to it. Sometimes we talk about dreams and stuff. Oh my god, I'm literally holding a dream world right now. Coke does not sponsor me, and hopefully they never will. Yeah, it's so funny I'll say that too because I always like ask either my bestie or my partner or like anybody I'm talking to in the moment what the theme of the day should be because every single day there's a theme. And today he said, "It's lovely and I'm tired." And I was like, "It's lovely, but I'm tired." And he's like, "Nope, it's lovely and I'm tired." I'm like, "Okay." That's why I was like, robes, obviously, nightgown, check, flowy pants, good to go, you know? I was crabby as fuck, cranky all day. I slept for 5 hours, which is usually enough. But today I woke up and didn't want to. I did not want to, but I couldn't fall back asleep. I had hours before I had anything to do, and I ended up just having to cancel what I needed to do because I couldn't sleep. Um, and not to talk about PMDD so much, but also if people have such a problem with the things I do and say, I might as well have to fucking go into all extreme, incredible detail that I was avoiding by putting it into art and music and trying to write a book, but it's too slow. So we get to discuss it on stream. The days after, or like the day after I stop bleeding, is when all hell really truly breaks loose. And it's something that just evades me. Thank you. Sounds creepy. Love it though. What do you mean setting up for lives? And what is Kid Cosmic? You're saying some really cool stuff. Dude, well, there was a full moon, so that would probably explain why things are bouncing around. But you're also, I mean, during full moons, you let things go. So like I chose what I was letting go of for a full moon. I don't really like Netflix, but Cosmic's always fun. Hi. FYI, whenever we have the pink box, we're just chatting, but I'm taking any questions you might have. But if your question is, can I get a reading? The answer is no, unless you go to my website, book it yourself, and pay for it and get it on your own time and not mine. Welcome. It's a vibe. Uh-huh, uh-huh. I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I'm a job. Yeah, so like the day after I stopped fucking bleeding, I'm like really in almost just as much pain. I have no idea what a lot of that meant. Donovan, no idea. Warframe, no idea. Raid Day, no idea. Um, Today was filled with like couldn't sleep, kind of anxious, really snappy, really bossy, fighty, overreacty, toss blankets, just like freak the fuck out. Yeah, I am also I see that that's not directed at me, but I'm agreeing that I think it's we're getting a little cabin fevery for sure. And yeah, it was nice today, and I didn't even get outside until it was hella fucking windy. So I tried to sleep all morning, and I was like, "This is not working. Let me get some stuff done." And then I'm like, "Damn, it's nice out. Fuck my life." Had no idea. And then by the time I went outside, it was like too late. I don't even think winter makes me depressed as much as my body being slightly more lethargic, getting less fucking sleep, sun. We talk about me? Yo, but the heat's exhausting, and I didn't realize that until I was like really hot, or I feel like it was post injury. I feel like once I had injuries, I became so much more sensitive to everything. And I think it's probably like, well, I damaged like not necessarily my spinal cord, but how did I break like multiple vertebrae and not damage my spinal cord and also get a fucking full laceration in my head? The point where I don't know. It seems like okay, probably affected my something. But like can't handle as spicy of food, even though I still really like spicy food, or like dyes and stuff start to hurt my teeth more. It's like weird. like these really hyper detailed whatever, or like, the cold hurts more than it used to because of all my broken bones, I guess. But I feel like the pressure of the weather changing and fluctuating hurts more than the actual cold does to an extent because I can be out in the cold, but it's like the rapid pressure changes, or like the incoming precipitation that hurts the fucking most. Oh, did you find your keys or you just lost them? You would have probably updated us if you found them, or sorry. Did you pray to St. Anthony? It's just a quick like, Tony, Tony, look around, something's lost and must be found. Or ask me. I sometimes my divination's pretty good, but sometimes it's a miss. In general, is not it. Um, yeah, so what a weird day already, right? A weird day already. It's the end of the day, motherfucker. No, it's about to be Friday. And Fridays is for the unhinged girlies and you know, other nonsensical activities. Um, it's good to hear. Vitamin D is really important. The vitamin D deficiency can make you depressed and give you joint pain, let alone like the actual cold too. So that's always a good reminder. And eggs, oddly enough, great source of vitamin D. One of the only natural sources of vitamin D, because a lot of the other things that you get your vitamin D from, other than like fish, maybe spinach, things like milk or cheese that have vitamin D in it is fortified with vitamin D. So eggs are one of the only natural sources of vitamin D. It's odd that we're going through some kind of whatever with that, isn't it? But I don't really keep too much up with all that because, well, we're anti-political around here. No, I'm just kidding. Am I? I don't even know what's a joke. Um, yeah. So that's cool. I'm going to really quick probably roll some ads. I'm gonna roll some ads real quick. 3 minutes. I'll be right back. And then maybe we'll get in the zone. I don't really know if I wanted to tarry up. I'm not really talking about anything. And like I said, I didn't really have anything planned. There's a few things that crossed my mind throughout the week. I'll be like, oh, I should just talk about that on stream instead of like talking to one of my friends about it because like that can get overwhelming. The one-on-one conversations. But I rarely write anything down, and I always just kind of say whatever kind of pops into my head at the time that I actually sit to do the reading. So by the time that I get here, it just feels like there is no point. That being said, once again, go take a break. I'll be back. If y'all have any questions or anything that you just want to get off your chest or anything like it, you let me know. And I'll be back. So cool. There's mosquitoes on the river. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Fish are rising up like birds. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's been hot for 7 weeks now. Too hot to even speak now. Did you hear what I just heard? Bow, bow, bow. That's like my favorite summertime song. The music never stops. Y'all know I'm a deadhead, right? Oh my god, my singing was so bad that everybody left. That's okay. Let's catch up on the chat. Oh, excuse me. Okay. I want to make pasta. I'm chilling, watching videos. You always eat Taco Bell. What the fuck? Okay. Dude, I barely ate today. Barely slept, barely ate. Don't know why. It's like I have food. I could have. I didn't feel like cooking, I admit, but I still had food that didn't need to be cooked, and I still was like, meh. Um, Probably that post full moon vibe or just general apocalyptic days, right? Like sometimes you just don't eat. I always consider it strength training, just in case, because if we ever drastically do have to change our diets, at least we can be like a smidgen prepared. Um, okay, so I really want to like deeply discuss this evil thing that came to you, and I want to talk about so many different evil things that can come to someone in their sleep. I'm still alive. Make sure the things you love die. Yeah, that doesn't really necessarily sound like sleep paralysis, but it doesn't really sound good. Who's Brian? Too hot to even speak now. Did you hear what I just heard? Who is this? He's like barely Googleable. Ooh. Um, okay, so over the summer, um, I was on Reddit. Obviously, I still am, but like that's when I started joining all these random communities on Reddit, right? It was over the summer. And I had an experience. Oh, it's creepy. Some people are just full of insidious energy, honestly. Sometimes people agree to do things outside of their human form or outside of their human self. And sometimes their own consciousness doesn't quite understand or remember. It's interesting because I also know someone with that name who was ended up being a bit murderous. A bit being a grave understatement. He was very murderous. So, and it's funny because I just thought of him when I was saying some people are like not possessed necessarily, but they agree to do things, or they incarnate in this life having already done things that they commit some kind of unforgivable act to release themselves from this reincarnation cycle and go serve their term in the hellscape prison, right? Like you can avoid it as much as you want. I guess you can keep going out before you take you're supposed to take the full turn, but um if you don't get that full sentence, it's like you're just kind of perpetually stuck being these energies, I suppose. That's really interesting. So back to this like experience over the summer, and the reason I brought up Reddit is because someone on there had mentioned like, oh, this figure or whatever that I'd never seen before. I had had a very similar experience where obviously like I've seen entities, I've talked to entities, I speak to dead people on a fucking regular basis, which is why I'm getting a little irritated where the thing about dead people is that they can only talk to you in like so many different ways, right? And the major ones being mental, of course, like a message you can hear or like a song they made or a light flickering. Living people, they can just they can just talk to you. They can use their whole ass vehicle to use their big loud voice to say whatever the fuck they want. And when they choose not to, all they're doing is clogging up airways that one, don't belong to them, and two, they don't need. But we need to keep it moving. Okay. And I don't even question why I'm slow to let things go because I am realizing how heavily the weights are, where I'm like, bro, how many times are you gonna fucking cling this to me? How many times are you gonna put this on me, project this to me, and try to fucking drag me? Where's this? Where's that coming from? This is kind of a derailment of the conversation we were actually having. Either way, there's so many different kind of energies that can, I don't want to say materialize, but that you could visualize, right? So we were talking sleep paralysis is one aspect of it. Absolutely. I've experienced sleep paralysis as well, and I feel like I didn't know. Thank you. Sorry. Fall asleep to it. I didn't know what it was. I think the first few times I experienced it because it was that feeling of like, holy shit, I'm all of a sudden really paranoid, but I can't move. And I don't know if I want to know. And I don't know what the feeling is. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Why can't I fall back asleep? Why can't I wake up? Why can't I, first few times I experienced that and fucking know what sleep paralysis was, right? And now even if I do experience it, it's a definitely a different feeling. But yeah, so we've already kind of talked about demons and devils and Satan and being all their own separate entities, did we not? And it's one of those things where I think any kind of negative or low vibrational being is automatically is stuck with the reputation of demon, right? Like people would just want to call everything a demon. Oh, it's got demon energy. There's a demon attached to this person. Blah blah blah. That's a demon. I saw a demon. But as we've discussed, demons one very all different. So it's not like this copy print paste of like a devil figure that we think it is. We see demons as all looking the same, but they're all radically different. They're all made up of different things. Some of them are quite human, some of them are creatures, some of them are animals, some of them are like just their own thing. Some of them are horned beasts, but a lot of them have very mostly human features. So if you see demon, he's gonna tell you his name. That's the thing about demons. They're gonna introduce themselves. They are here to play, but they want to they there's no lying for them. There's no lying for them. So if you are dealing with someone who's got that kind of like low energy or a presence, even if it's not a physical person, if they introduce themselves, it might be a demon, but by name, I don't know what that means. Who's Zozo? Is that just like a random demon? I don't know them all. I only have a deck of 69 and some of them are witch cards, but yeah. So demons will always introduce themselves by name and they will always appear like in so many different forms that it would be very hard to make the assumption that all of the creatures that you may have seen would be demons. Um Satan's species generally looks a lot. It's very much like a tiefling is based on what did we call them? Not Darkonians, but Draconians or something like that. Um, they're all very similar looking, but they vary a lot in sizes and shapes and colors. But you always know if it's not a Darkonian. Darkonian is the real word. It was like Draconian. I was saying something wrong, but they're like, no, that's it. Draconians, they will always appear with like the colorful skin and the very built bodies. And sometimes some of them are bipedal, but some of them still kind of run on all fours and they have like the cliche horns. Like those are far from being demons. They have a different purpose. They're fetchers because they're the security team, basically, right? Like that's their whole species and involvement in the underworld. So, keep moving down the list. Devils, that's the one who shows up in a disguise. Demons have no reason to disguise themselves. Once again, there's no lying for them. It's like far from a concept. Some of them are tricksters, but that's the whole thing. That's the difference between being a trickster and a liar is knowing what to say, how to say it, how to confuse, how to leave out detail or say what you're not saying or vice versa, you know? They're tricksters, but the devil is a liar. The devil will come in disguise. The devil, yeah, right? Um, they look a little bit like kind of like him, but less dramatic. Kind of like what you would imagine the devil to be, I think. Not like Lucifer, because he's a demon. So, that being said, those are like the four basic food groups of like random energies, right? I don't even think that was four. So, there's also like the Fae, if you will, or like aliens. Obviously, we've gone down that road. The Solar, right? And this was something that other people in like, it was, I don't know if it was like the psychic Reddit or what, but after I had an experience, a few other people mentioned a very similar experience where they were like, this big, sort of like ominous figure, a he's a demon. Common misconception to think that Lucifer and the devil are synonymous, but Lucifer is a fallen angel. Lucifer was once in heaven, got promoted, and God put him in charge of hell, but he's a demon. The devil is like jinn. They're like they're probably the most evil of those three entities I listed. There's nothing inherently evil about draconians, right? There's nothing inherently evil about demons, but some of them are. The devils, I feel like, is true insidiousness because they're the ones who are trying to distract and trick you, and they honestly they yield no power, and that's why it's sad when you see people. They say fighting your demon. You're not supposed to fight your demons. Your demons are there to help you. You have to fight the devils. The ones in suits. Um, Maybe it did. I feel like a similar vibe. Yeah, like a lot of this is probably more real than I expected to be or thought of it to be. But devil energy is more fluid, it's almost like a gaseous state of a creature rather than like draconians are practically built out of fucking stone. That's why you see figures like gargoyles kind of stem from the same family. Um, hmm, I think gargoyles are just the ones who came up, you know? Yeah, it's wild. I went to Catholic school, so I feel like, again, similar experience. Yeah, by who? Random Christians? Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about. I think they're totally separate entities because I talked to them, really, is the basis for that. And Satan presents himself way different than Lucifer. Lucifer is often depicted as a baby, but he does have big Lucifer energy. But that like in the show, but then that Lucifer kind of has devil energy, but devils are very non-human, whereas demons are very human. And Satan's not human, no ounce of no human blood in him. Long, long line of mostly genetically pure fucking dragon knight creatures or something, right? This is just what I'm saying because that's what, like I said, that's just how I see them. Like when I connect with these entities. Satan's really huge. And that's how he got his job. Because he's a lot larger than most other, or a huge population of the draconians. Um, but he's like glorified. So if you ever die, go to hell, come back to life, you probably did see Satan, and you just assume that Lucifer is gonna be there to greet you, but he's busy, bro. That sounds like an alien. Maybe it was Jesus, but kind of sounds like an alien. Just saying. You should watch People of Earth. No spoilers. I don't want to say anything, but you should watch People of Earth. Four. You should watch it. I think it was on Hulu. I don't know if it still is. So There was this creature though. So like I just described all these like different hellish entities I'm familiar with. That's what I'm saying. Like these descriptions I'm coming up with. One, I did go to Catholic school, so I like studied demonology and all about this stuff my whole life out of this context. And they told us the same thing, that Satan and Lucifer, that they're all different, but they all represent the same thing, the same evil. More lies. um Well, because you're older now, they don't have to make you as comfortable. You're fucked up half the time. They can just do whatever they want to you. That's very, very typical, very cliche of the extraterrestrials. The older you get, the more consenting you become. Like getting yourself inebriated and allowing anybody to do whatever they want, essentially, and not in the human way, but in a different spectrum. Ugh, God, yeah. I sometimes just sit still. I don't even care anymore. Um, a lot to unpack there. No, but for real, these entities, right? There was this goblin-like creature that came to me one night. My life was fine at the time, and I don't know if someone was practicing another kind of necromancy, because I'm not gonna sit here and say I have a lot of enemies or a lot of haters, but people are obsessed with me. That whole stream was not a joke. The beginning of this stream was fucking weird, where it was like, oh my god, I don't even know or want to know, even if I do know who the fuck is watching and when and what questions they're asking or whatever. I mean, we see it all the time, even with complete strangers, and that's what gets me is when people who know me are like, they still try to like mask themselves and hide their energy. It's like, bro, you coming on here gives me consent to read your energy. I just, they're not here anymore, but I just wish people understood them deeper more. Watch the replay. Okay. Um, don't come on here and expect get by your fucking reading. Just I don't want to say leave me alone, but it can be like that sometimes. So anyways, oh, hello. Thank you for the follow. I don't typically do readings on here. Okay. I don't have any tarot cards out right now. No, I mean I'm not. You can just ask me. The best you'll get, I'll answer. Oh, we're just bullshitting. I was talking about these entities. So there's like this goblin-esque entity um, that presented itself. So it could have been sickum, like stuck on me. But it felt like something I'd not experienced before. And then to see other people also bring it up and say, yeah, it felt weird, right? Like these weird, like non-familiar entities were coming up. I like it. I think it is. But interesting. I love that whole concept. So I never heard the part about spending it right away. Yeah, well, I do private readings for a price always. Um, but no, I don't like putting people's shit on blast. It's uncomfortable. That's why I don't get when people just come on here and they're so strong with their energy that it's like forces a topic of conversation without them asking. Annoying. But yeah, no, I that's how I've always seen it, is just tossing it in the pile or throwing it on an altar or something like that. I never really, considered it to be like, um, kinda like you're saying, like, if you spend it, it's I don't know, it's like abundance, right? But, sometimes see, and I don't know, I think, people's lives tend to be better after they know me, so I just assume that everywhere I go is left a better place because I left. Oh, because if I stay, it's not. It's probably worse. But if I see a penny, because they say, heads up is good luck or whatever, even though I always choose tails whenever flipping a coin because of these pretentious ass men who put themselves on money. Are the other pretentious ass men who put these men on money and try to say, I'm not gay. I just really idolize and want to fuck these dudes. I mean, kiss these dudes. I mean, worship these dudes. I mean, I can't make this ungay. Okay. I always flip them. If I see a penny and it's like heads down, I'll flip it and hope the next person will pick it up. I don't know if I've ever been faced with the conundrum of finding such a large amount of money that it would be spendable, if that makes sense. So it's interesting that you say that. And I literally gave someone an abundance dollar yesterday and told them not to spend it and to keep it on them to attract money. And then once they have a good money, they pass it on or whatever, put it back in. That I don't disagree with. That's what I'm saying. And then it's like, oh, am I changing? Like, it's like the Ovid theory, right? Am I because I flipped it? Am I changing the course of the timeline in that moment by flipping the coin and not picking it up and not taking it with me? Um, I don't know, I would never call someone not worthy, but I totally do see what you're saying about, like, it does strike as greedy, isn't it? We're talking about random stuff, currently talking about coin flipping, versus, like, dice rolling, right? Because if the die can separate the timelines or create 6 different timelines, then a coin flip could create at least 2, right? Theoretically. No, it's interesting. I think it would strike me as greedy if somebody found money, unless they literally said, "Oh, I have to spend it because I'm superstitious or whatever." I don't really know. Um, yeah, I was okay. So there was this like entity that came to me that day. It was over the summer, and then like I said, some people in the psychic group were talking about like very similar experiences, even though they had not experienced it before, where they were like goblin-esque, and I wish I could think of something besides the movie Bright because that's not really it, but like very comical looking, like ghoulish person, um, that wouldn't speak, had no vibe, had no energy, just was like taking up space and trying to block me, but I was like just laying there and I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to get rid of this. And it was very hard, like I couldn't until it decided to just leave, and then I never saw it again and no one has brought it up since. So if that's, I don't know, I'd have to hear more, but those didn't talk. Those are the only ones that seemed threatening to me, though. Anything else I think is handleable or a message that you probably needed personally. Um, what if you saved all this money you got on the street? How much money do you find on the street? I think you might be a very lucky person. And I think that if you continuously find money, then you're obviously doing the right thing. You get what I'm saying? If you don't find any money and you're like, well, I pick up money and I keep it, of course, then you should probably spend it. But if you pick up money and keep it and you keep finding money, that's a good sign. I would say keep it separately, collect it and put it in a spot separately. And like once it's accumulated to being enough to buy something very special for you, is when you would spend it. That would be my best. I'm getting that wave of sleepiness. It's not like I'm tired. I've only been streaming for an hour. It's just usually when a channeled message comes in. But once again, it's hard. It's like I can't hear the dead folks. These living folks are so loud. So loud. Without saying anything at all, it drives me nuts. It's so annoying. Because I would much, of course, look at the time if you're in the Eastern or Mountain time zone. Um, that's of wild. Yeah, that's abundance. That's truly recognizing your own abundance. You don't have to be a millionaire to be like, yeah, I manifested this and attracted all my wealth. And no, it's like knowing the money is there and money will find you and you will find money. And like that's a very healthy, strong bond to abundance. So never let anyone detach that from you, don't let them take your funds and whatnot. Oh, I didn't even know. Like, the numbers fluctuating so much where at one point it said 2 viewers and 3 people were talking. So I don't know who's here and who isn't anymore. Welcome back. You had to get ready for bed, like get in the zone. Lay back. You missed the goal stuff. So, okay, the figures that came to me a few months, like over the summer, like I was explaining, it was very ghoulish energy, did not speak, had no intentions, just felt ominous, was trying to block me. Whatever your fat cat mittens means. Oh, your fat cat named Mittens. I thought this was like a fucking reference I was supposed to get. Like you're literally wearing mittens to bed or something, but no. Um, this is driving me nuts. Truly. I keep hearing the crinkle of this tape. It's driving me fucking crazy. Oh, nice. Yeah, we're back up to 5. The handful of you that were here, I'm assuming still are. No, no problem. I wasn't really talking about anything. Somebody asked about coins. So I answered. And I just wouldn't. Right. If only people knew the secret to life, the secret to youth. If people could understand that you actually far from need actual youth of a young person in the flesh to create the energetic light of youthfulness. So, since we're talking about entities and stuff and not really talking about anything, there was something weird that happened today. There was something really weird that happened today. I debated on not telling anybody. It was a very spiritual moment, but it wasn't meant to be, okay? And so I already kind of went into detail about how this is a very rough day in my hormonal cycle. Just because it's like I'm coming off the fucking blood bender and my body is going through so many different hormonal changes and all of my brain chemicals are like pretty much burnt out and building back up. And someone like me who has PMDD or likely is autistic or have ADHD, because any of those things could be causes for PMDD, right? Not just regular trauma. Um, the fluctuations is what causes the anxiety, PMDD, premenstrual dysphoric disorder. So the premenstrual part is the toughest part. That's like Tyler Durden is like, I'm gonna kill myself if I don't kill someone else. So let's fight club it out right now. And then during my period, I'm like, I hate everything, and I don't want to do this anymore. And then as soon as it ends, it's like, what the fuck is anybody doing ever? And everyone's like, nothing. What are you doing? Freaking out? Like for what? Um, but I'm trying to manage more. I try to manage more than I ever have before. Because I didn't know what it was for a long time. So how do you manage something if you have no idea what it is, right? And I'd get all these random treatments for all these other things that sound very similar or look like or act like, etc. But there's like there's a certain level of I don't want to say blockage, but sensibility for me that if I know I'm not in perfect health or in a good mental space, I'm gonna avoid doing things like this. Like I avoided working at all today. I was getting so frustrated trying to use a phone. It's beyond me, okay? It's beyond me. And um there's like a moment of silence because I'm hearing like Whitney Houston or something. Whoever sings it, is that Mariah Carey? Why would I think that's Whitney Houston? The hero lies in you. Um, I feel like at the time I thought it was an older song than it was when I was a kid, or just like a weird conception of how old Mariah Carey is. Okay, so I don't know where this hero thing's coming up from. It didn't even start that way. Where it's like, again, these disruptive energies, it's like I can't get through to anything lately. I want to say since the full moon or whatever, like I did the 27 club reading was a while ago, it feels like now, or it's the 27th, I guess. And that was like really good. The dream reading was even good, but I don't know. These last few days, it's been like, who am I trying to connect with? Look, I'm getting a ringing in my ear for the first time in a minute. Those fluctuating hormones are hard to deal with, and it's like, um, and sometimes I have to just do anything it takes to get that energy out of my body and out of my brain and to not affect me so much. So today, I was just laying there trying to be okay. I'm like, I feel it's like I don't feel pain, but I feel this intensity. I feel everything. I can feel emotions. So if I'm like mad, I can feel it in my whole body. If I'm tired, I feel it in my whole body. It doesn't matter. It's like this deep penetrative feeling in my muscles. It's not, I think of it as my bones, but it's really probably my muscles. And it's not sore. It's like this intense, sharp shooting, not pain, because it's just a feeling or a sensation. It's literally fucking crazy and I hate it. There's just very few things you can do about it. So I was just trying to be still, you know? I was just trying to be still. And I think I had my eyes open like the whole time, but at one point I may have closed them because I was trying to figure out what this was. And I just saw like this body of light. And when I say body, I mean like more or less human form, human figure, not human form, human figure, body of light was like I was laying like this kind of thing and like noticed it. And it was to the point where I could see it circling in front of me based on where the light was bright of this thing that just appeared. I don't know, and it hovered over me and it felt okay. It didn't feel like I called it, didn't feel like mine. Didn't feel like anything or anyone in particular, right? But it was just like this weird like light energy. And so I just went with it and I don't want to say I absorbed it, but I feel it hovered over me for a moment and then I allowed it to descend upon me. And I decided it was healing light that was sent to me. Somebody sent me healing, some kind of healing light. And I just no idea who it was. Um, or like if they intended to send it to me, or if it was just my angels or demons or someone looking out, where once again it felt non-malicious, non-threatening. It just felt like almost borderline confusing to me that I just didn't know what it was. Um, but it's interesting that you can come across like these energies that you might be unfamiliar with and still know whether or not to trust something. For the first example, that ghoulish goblin energy was like, I don't trust this. I want this out of my house. I want this gone. I never want to see this again. And I didn't. But this light, I want to know more. I want to know what the fuck that was about. I want to know what came over me or what came in me or who sent it or whose that was. It was just like so fucking bizarre. Um, and not necessarily an isolated incident in my life, but it was a pretty unique one. I never really seen anything like that or watched anything transpire quite like that. It was very, very interesting. It's like I said, I had my eyes open. At one point, I remember trying to close my eyes so I could get a better picture of it, but there wasn't one. It was just light. It's just really weird. So I don't know. There's so many entities or energies or presences and people or creatures or whatever you want to call them, beings beyond the basic food groups that we speak on, dead people, human entities, demons, etc. There's so many more that we don't know about or do know about or, maybe are ignorant to in a sense of kind of like I can't think of it. Kind of like something I don't even know. I'm just here at Sweet Home Alabama. All right, I'm gonna run some ads. Be right back. And look what I'm back in time for. 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 11 seconds on the timer. I'm also gonna rip this bong. So again, had a really bad day, but not a bad day. Like nothing really actually happened or went wrong. I actually managed to have a lot of fun, but I also just freaked out and was so angry for no reason at times too. Fucking sucks, but what are you gonna do? I do my best. I try. Stay quiet, keep calm, all that good stuff. But yeah, there's so many conspiracies that I will tell you like like just like lore, like stuff that seems so glaringly obvious but would never be to anyone except for someone like me who has like almost no credibility when it comes to reality or actuality, other than amongst people who are already like-minded and need not convincing, right? I think I'm generally not a big fan of documentaries, and it took me a long time to realize it. I can only think of like a couple good ones I've ever fucking seen. And right now I can only think of like one. Yeah, I probably won't. The thing is, I don't watch a lot of that stuff because one, I'll know if it's fake really quickly. Two, if it's not fake, I want to go. I'm like, fuck it, I don't need to watch this. I can do it myself. Take me places. I'll tell you. Dude, sometimes I go places and I'm like, damn, this is like way more haunted than I thought. Yeah, so either way, it's kind of a quiet night. It's a bit of a boring night. Not that y'all are boring. I'm very boring because, like I said, my mind's been all over the place. My energy's been all over the place. I feel like there's a big blockage. It's like people want to be noticed so badly, or like, I appreciate you. Um, I am incredibly interesting, but I should say I'm low energy rather than say boring because I could still like, for the life of me, somehow still talk and talk and talk and talk when I have nothing to talk about. Okay, so here's the thing. Let's tie it all back. Let's go full circle. Here's one thing I'll say. Some people feel like I never get to a point or, trains on a track. My whole thing is full circle. It's all full circle. This is not revisiting. This is coming back to. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes the circle's a spiral and the center is you, and that's okay. Um, but this is not looking back. It's moving forward and meeting again. And that's like big energy right now. But during the full moons, right? This is like you can think of it too with the womb cycle. I think it's all very relative. It's all very much tied into nature, who we naturally are, and how these planet celestial bodies function, right? So full moon was the 5th or the 6th, and it's like barely the 10th. So during full moons, or it's basically your period cycle, right? The blood part. It's all about releasing and letting go. So you consider who you want to release from your life, what you want to release from your life, where you need to let go more, who you need to let go of, how, what means it takes, or almost like what you're willing to sacrifice in order to make room for what you want to create during the new moon cycle. So, like in 2 weeks or however long it takes, I think the proper cycle is 28 days. So it goes full and back again or something. But I think it's every 2 weeks they change. I don't fucking know that much about the moon. All right, you got me. Um, so when it comes back around to being the new moon, that would be more or less the ovulation cycle. Everything's cleared out, all the extra blood and tissue and the uterine walls is all cleared out, like you would for the full moon. Clear it out. It's full. The uterus was full. The moon is full. It's time to let go, release, let the blood flow, let it pour, right? During the new moon, okay, everything's cleared out and ready to go, ready to function, ready to create ovulation, right? And so you got to think that's when you want the fuck yeah. So here's the thing. If you maybe had it backwards, and not even backwards, but unknowingly, or even just wanted to participate in something like a full moon ritual or full moon energy, and there's like this disconnect between knowing what to do and when, then you may have fucked some shit up by trying to manifest something you wanted during a full moon when you really put it on the table to be let go. I think we only got one more until the end of the year, so you have to get right, essentially. Next full moon, it's got to be during Pisces season, basically. To Tuesday, March 7th at 7:40 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, but it will appear full the night before and after its peak. So that's going to be the last full moon of the zodiac year, the worm moon. And that's like your last opportunity to basically state, this is what I'm letting go of, and then create, this is what, before the year ends. So if you need some course correcting, like if you thought, oh, it's a full moon, I'm going to manifest, you're wrong. You're supposed to be cutting it. You need to cut it. And so I feel like some people knew, some people didn't. And I think that obviously if you do something like that by accident, it's probably because you're meant to, but it's also not going to happen immediately or even necessarily quickly, just because you made that misstep or mistake. But that recognizing it, course correcting it, and honoring the way it is, or acknowledging that that happened, right? Because I feel like the blockage, tied together, the blockage that some of us or many of us are feeling is that people are on two different pages, where some people were using that full moon to let go and the other ones were using that full moon to manifest, and now it's like this. Well, I let it go, it's time to keep moving. Oh, well, I didn't. Okay, here we are again. Gonna go this way and manifest my new moon. Oh, well, what are you doing? What are you doing? I can't see it. I can't see it. It's not in the sky. I don't feel it. Yeah, well, you don't feel a fucking full moon, a new moon, because it's supposed to be focused on you, you know? Whereas the full moon is the big release of energy, and that's why anybody who's ever had to be in the public during a full moon, looking at you, bartenders or taxi drivers and other kind of service workers, maybe even performers or whatever, you see the difference on nights of the full moon or when the full moon's coming. You're like, man, it's a weird week. I don't know. Must be a full moon coming up. Must be a full moon soon. Must be a full moon. That's how I used to know. We'd be at the bar. This is like before I've done tarot for a long time, but I wasn't into astrology until much later after. So we'd be at the bar and it'd be fucking wild. And someone would be like, I bet you it's a full moon. And we'd be like, bet, look it up. And it would always 100% of the time be a full moon or about to be one. And that's how you know. But because it's a release of energy, it's like even if you don't consciously put any effort into releasing, there will be things that release from your body. And that's why people tend to freak out, overreact, get emotional, do some wild, inhibited things, right? Is because they're releasing all the urges or the energy to do those things, or the very modem of suppressing them, like the rest of the time. Tug and pull, resistance full. I don't know. I'm just a lull. I'm in my rap era, bitch. Back off. Cause if you don't, you'll get fucked up. And not to ask what you want in your cup, cause you know that's not what I'm on. No, come on, I'm not that threatening. Or am I? I don't know. I love a false rhyme. Learning to accept a false rhyme has changed the game of rap and poetry for me forever. Because for a long time I was just a fucking purist and I was like, it has to perfectly actually rhyme. And then one day I realized, no, it fucking doesn't. 11 more days till what? The new moon? Exactly, bro. That's why people need to get their shit together and realize, yeah, whatever you were doing during the full moon is what you're not supposed to be doing. Durr. Um, durr. But yeah, so learn to let go, like it's all gravy. It's all good. It's all good. But yes, turn inward, focus on what you want, build the life you want. 11 more days. Who in the world? Where are you? 11 more days. Are you in a backwards country? No. Where are you? That it's going to be 11 days. Where until you can. Are we being coy? I'm doing the math. Like, how does that ever add up to 420 in any world? It doesn't. I'm sorry. You're like, until I can participate. Are you on probation or something? I've missed. There's some piece of information that I'm unaware of at this point in time. I'm so sorry that I'm doing this right in front of you, but honestly, Twitch doesn't care as long as it's legal where I'm at. It is. So how is it 420 in 11 days? What are we missing? I can hear it, I can feel it, I can see it, I get transported there every single time. Who wouldn't? Who doesn't? Isn't that the whole point of life? Isn't that the whole reason we all came together in the first place or like each other so damn much? Isn't that what it is? Is we're supposed to? Isn't it like maybe not once in a lifetime, but only every so often? We'll be like halfway to 420 in 11 days. Yeah. That's why I'm like, that's why we were all a bit confused. But I love the energy, and it's like the Mad Hatter's 420. Let's celebrate 222 and just make it about weed. I smoke two joints in the morning, smoke two joints at night, smoke two joints in the evening. There's no way that's the right final lyrics. Um, yeah, okay. It's like, they don't go morning, night, evening. It just seems silly. Probably go in order of the day. Um, yeah, so 222, we're gonna celebrate weed, and it's the Mad Hatter's 420. Mad Hattress is 420. No, Mad Hatter just it sounds cool, right? The Mad Hatter's 420 because it's like a very merry on birthday to weed. To who? To the weed. Love it, dude. I love it. I really dumped this out, but maybe I got rid of my garbage back here. I have gotten rid of. Oh no, I didn't. So yeah, it's funny how like, despite the fact that I might know someone's here, I should make it really clear to them like they don't have to leave at the same time. I feel like every time I call someone out for like it gets too personal for a second, they tend to just dip out as if it bothers me. It's like, yo, you're putting yourself on blast. Like, come on. It's not allowed. Not answering questions, even if you don't ask them, I guess. Pretty crazy how that works out. Who knew it'd be like this? I mean, apparently the likes of you. Let's light some incense. I feel like we need to we don't need to cleanse necessarily. There's just like a lot happened today that I would never disclose on the stream. Um, but it just makes everything so much odder and more interesting, as if that was even possible. Because every day I wake up and I'm like, what is gonna go on? what is going to happen today. It's going to be brilliant. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be so much fun every single day. A journey of who knows what. And I don't think this is something that I strictly do being self employed, but something I've always done because I would seek out jobs that would give me that feeling of like, you know, what's going to happen, right? And I think that anything could, you know, any job, something, but there's some where it's just more monotonous than others. That's why I did always kind of like bartending, even though it's bad for me. And that's why the one time I worked in the mall was actually awesome because it is just like so much chaos that it just makes life interesting to make or to allow things to be interesting. Because that's the thing. If you are working retail and you're on the shop floor and you're like, I don't even want to help any customers today, I'm going to try to avoid as many of them as possible. Well, you just blocked so many interesting characters or people or energies, entities, whoever the fuck could have come across you that day. You just rejected them by not even being open to it. And everybody has the days where they're exhausted. There are days when I literally not allowed to talk to people because I do, and I immediately try to fight. That's what I was just explaining with the PODD, right? There's like Tyler Durden week, and then there's like this combination of all of them at once is crazy. It's like probably Donnie Thornberry if I had to pick one. Okay. Like that. But more crying. So be yourself. But never reject opportunity just because you're bored of everything. Because the reason you're bored is because you're rejecting opportunity, whether you're too tired, whether you're too scared, whether you're too, I don't know, whether you're too wishy-washy, whether you're too egotistical, whether you're too this or that. You're just by pushing everything to the wayside, it's like you miss out on all the best or greatest things in life. And that isn't to say that you can't still be happy without having a little more chaos and fun throughout your day. But at the same time, that's why people get bored of life. And that's why they like aim for retirement at 65, I guess. And they complain about their jobs and they're constantly exhausted. It's because you're exerting your energy in ways that only powers others and never powers you, right? So that's not to say everyone should just work for themselves, but there should definitely be a question of morality in most of the things that we do. There just has to be at this point. It's 2023 and people still treat each other like fucking garbage, and everything's becoming unaffordable and inaccessible. And for what reason? We need to actually probably know, but they're scared to tell. Because, girl, I don't think we really want to know. There's a lot of things we say we want to know. We don't want to know. I promise y'all, it's so much better. Like, it's not that ignorance is bliss, and it's not that I'm in the Matrix. And, there is no Neo, there is no stake. Okay. The way people just are so resilient to any kind of change or any kind of crisis or any kind of, yeah, a Zeppelin, if you will, a Led Zeppelin. Ew, pedophiles, but physical, actual Led Zeppelin, right? So, um, I don't want to. We're not doing all that. I'm not gonna. The first person that comes through when I complain that I haven't talked to a dead person in like 3 days, and the one of the people on my not talking to list shows up, I'm not doing. There's some things I'll never fold, and there's some things that you can manipulate, and people you can manipulate, and things that you can try to warp a perception or say you didn't, or give excuses as to why it was okay to do things like that. But no, I will never be talking to David Bowie. So please refrain from asking, and please refrain from coming back. We've had this conversation. After 3 days of me being like, oh, who is it? Who is it? Who is it? No, I'm not gonna fucking talk to it. No. No. What, you need confirmation and approval that it's cool to hang out with teenagers? Don't think so. Not getting it here. Goodbye. Good night. The fuck? No. Good lord. Whose fucking request? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I know it seems unhinged from the outside to have so many conversations with myself. Um, but I think that's why I'm comfortable talking to the dead people and talking to myself is because I do both. So sometimes it's not me that I talk to, right? But it would look that way regardless. And at the end of the day, it is just me. When it's all, even if it's second sight, where I can definitely see it, it's not there, right? I see beyond the grid, which is not the same as a matrix. It's not the same as a simulation. It's this grid. What other drawing did I do with the grid? Oh, it was the fucking dry erase board. The grid, the net, the catch-all. It's not necessarily computers as much as it's energy, and computers run on the same energy as everything. The addition of the screens was odd because they were using mirrors quite functionally, and now you use phones on each other, and it's hey, that's so cool. Why am I so in tune with Hinduism? 9 out of 10 times. It's crazy. I've never studied it. It's always been prominent in my life because spirituality and Hinduism are so tied, but there was never any spiritual practices that I followed or read about. Everything I say is very natural and it just comes to me, right? And I am gifted with second sight. I see these things, and it's amazing that I have first sight, and I'm so blessed to have my eyes open and my ears working. It's such a beautiful thing. I would never ever go a day without being totally grateful for being alive and being as healthy as I am. Oh my God. Oh my God. What a beautiful, amazing feeling. Ah, ha. And that's genuine. That is so absolutely genuine. Of course, who doesn't have things to complain about? But there's only a few times in the month that I bother complaining because those are the times where it's absolutely intolerable or impossible for me to think of anything positive and I need to get it out. And what people fail to understand when I want to fight them, it's because I'm sick of fighting myself. But if you interrupt it, you better back the fuck up. Oh my God, it's been a long fucking week or whatever day it is. I could see that. Yeah. Yeah. And okay, so this concept came to me during my Fallout. I don't know how else it is electric. It's like blue neon electricity. And it connects us all inadvertently, but it's odd because you are placed on the grid in a sense next to someone. And that's or in the vicinity of. I don't think it's as simple. I don't think we all just have like one, two, it's not a perfect. I draw it like it's a perfect grid, but and I think we might even see it that way. And I think that there's something that it can, because theoretically, like, bzz, lightning, electricity, right, is physical. If you look at a Tesla coil, it's a perfect example. Let's just keep it simple. Um, if that what those are called, the little balls, the Tesla coils inside the glass, and you touch it, we're all on the same page. Yeah. Oh, I don't listen. I don't use toothpaste with fluoride, so I got to. I get it. I don't necessarily think that if you aren't ingesting it, but your skeletal system is in your entire body. So I think it's more concerning to drink fluoride. And a lot of us growing up did drink water that had fluoride in it, which is weird. And we went and got fluoride treatments at the dentist, which they tell you to stop doing as an adult, which is even weirder. So it's like they want the kids' pineal glands to be calcified, and then as an adult, they don't even need to bother, or they let it decalcify just to like cause this like despair in adults. Like I think more or less what happened. But what do you mean you don't care? What about the fluoride? I just like Burt's Bees. You know what I mean? Like I just prefer like the non. I cannot stand mint. I hate mint stuff so much. There's like very like I like actual mint, and I will just pick it right off the plant and eat it. And I love like a mint mojito, but I prefer like spearmint when it comes to gum. Give me like double mint, wintergreen, something, but mint revolting. I don't know. So all those toothpastes, like I'll use them if I need to, no doubt. If I have it, whatever. Go to the dentist, they give you some. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking use it. I'm sorry, did I overwhelm you? For sure, but I don't even like drinking it that much. I know I just said spearmint, but like, yeah, no, mint's intense and I don't really like it at all. So that's my biggest reason to use non-fluoride toothpaste is just because all those brands, the big ones, are like, who decided that we should just wake up and mint in our mouth? I think it physically probably wakes you up a lot. Good for bacteria, right? Like, or germs rather, but I don't know. It could have been ginger or like, well, I don't know, might stain your teeth. I don't know. I just the obsession. So crazy. I find that some of the alternative ones with more natural ingredients have a less strong mint tone. I listen. I'm a fucking weirdo. I brush my teeth immediately after I wake up, before I drink water, before I smoke weed, before I eat food, before I drink my coffee, before I do anything. Like I have to brush my teeth first. So like that intense mint, then you go drink some water. It's like now my teeth are on fire and robotic. So good morning to everyone. Like what time is it? No idea. Um Oh my fuck yeah, I did actually. How did you know that I was into Lush hardcore or the cult? Exactly. That's why I don't use that shit like that. But also wouldn't drink orange juice in the morning is the thing. I just know that. But yeah. Lush used to make atomic tooth powder and its main ingredient was clove. Oh my god, a banger of a morning every fucking morning. Yeah, exactly, dude. Oh my god. I y'all, your girl is craving it now. Thank you for that. You're right. I gotta just make my own toothpaste, huh? Yeah, Lush's Atomic was all time tooth powder. Never forget. Never forget. Why they discontinued it? Because people in the US are honestly really stupid and they're so fucking deeply ingrained in consumerism, they fucking stopped questioning what the fuck they buy. All of the most quality products at Lush are available in the UK and almost everywhere else in the world, except for in specifically the US, the North American territory. Even though the factories in Canada, they still sell different products in the Canadian stores versus the US stores because they're run by two different people. Crazy. In even in Canada and the UK, all of the Lush stores everywhere but the US, they sell like the more natural ingredients and the less synthetic blends or colors because they do have some synthetic fragrances or like pink products that aren't naturally pink and purple or whatever. But they sell almost all of that exclusively in the US and discontinue so many of the natural products that it's like, why? Why? Who is your target audience? You want fucking 8-year-old girls spending $6 on a bath bomb? So you're gonna give them Sugar Plum Fairy body wash? Who the fuck is this marketing to? Because I didn't even care about my skin routine until I was in my 20s, right? What the fuck? Anyway, we gotta roll the ads before the pre-rolls go off. Yeah, I loved Lush, but it got weird because they did that. So atomic tooth powder, oh, if they brought that back, I'd be, oh my God, I'd be a happy camper. So let me just enjoy my clove and watch these ads. Thanks so much. Money's money, honey, and I have to. So be right back. You search, babe, at any cost. But how long, babe, will you search for what's not lost? Everybody will help you. Some people are very kind, but if I save you any time, come on, give it to me. I'll keep it with my. For all my subs out there, thank you. I'm just sitting here chewing on my clove, rolling a pre-rolled ad. So I thought I would just sing. And you know what? I can't help it if you think I am odd. If I say I'm not loving you for what you are, but for what you're not. Everybody will help you discover what you set out to find. But if I could save you anytime, come on, give it to me. I'll keep it with mine. Yeah, this is the stuff. This is exclusive behind the screens content that only subs get to hear and never see. Wow. Amazing. The train leaves at 10:30, but it'll be back tomorrow, same time again. The conductor is weary, still stuck on the line. But if I could save you anytime, come on, give it to me. I'll keep it with my. Love it. All right. I don't know anything about the emotes. I like try, you guys. I do so much random stuff in a day. Like I said, I love waking up and just be like, what the fuck are we going to do today? I pretty much go somewhere for work once a week and I try to stream same days a week. Everything else is just whatever's I got to do that day. And I fucking love it. But stuff on Twitch, it's so something I forget to even try to do like all of the fucking time. And I'm so sorry. I wish I had more emotes. I don't even really fully conceptualize what they are, how to make them, but I know that I can in the regard that I'm gay and have the audacity, but also because I'm an affiliate on here. So I apologize for being like the worst Twitch stream and the best person. Frustrates people. They're like, you're so bad at everything, and yet you're so fucking amazing at everything. It's like, hey, it's frustrating for me too, buddy. It's frustrating for me too. You think if I could be competent 24/7, I would be? Because yeah, of course I would be. What the fuck? You think I want to have days where I say, no, 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 no. No one would ever. Why'd you ever choose that? Go full Johnny Thornberry mode 3 times a month for 3 days straight or whatever. Like that's insane. That would never be anyone's choice. That's just such a ridiculous notion. We never did light any incense. How's everybody doing? Okay, so there's a level. Donnie, it's Donnie Thornberry, you guys. It's literally you have only met like a few of my personalities, and I wouldn't even call them personalities. They're really just facets of my personality, right? Um, Right. I feel like when I'm channeling and when I'm in the chair and I'm open to channeling, some people choose possession as their means of communication. But no, I don't think that I've ever fully been possessed, other than there is something about my uterus that does possess my whole body, brain, nervous system, flips on survival mode to the point where everyone's attacked in attack mode and I am in defense mode, regardless of the situation. Oh yeah, I love when they do that. Sometimes I'm annoyed because I'm like, what are you trying to tell me? Also, I don't think it was a ghost. They were probably operating. What? Really? What does that even mean? Because 777, we love a good angel number. No, I was thinking alien. Oh yeah, no. I would never do that though. You know what I mean? Like I would just never do that, so wouldn't really be a problem for me. Um, how do you think Dream World Coke will taste with clove? Because regular Coke and clove, amazing. Yeah, aliens can be real jerks. That's why I was like, if they were playing with your head, bro, they were probably doing their fucking experiments. There's a huge difference though. The angels or like the demons or whoever will like nice. I don't really know what that is supposed to mean, but I kind of get what that means. So I don't mean to be a nerd. Um, but I was assigned cat at birth. So um 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 yeah, if I could be competent 24/7, 365 to 6 days a year, that'd be amazing. But instead I shut down and go no thoughts. San Francisco, where's your disco? Okay, I definitely thought you were talking about drugs. I didn't know Atomic was available. What are you talking about? I can get Atomic toothy tabs. Are you fucking serious? Where are you ordering them from? Are you ordering Boom or oh? When did they do this? When did are you ordering them? Dang. Oh my god. It's real life. Is this really a Lush website? This is not secure. This isn't real. Damn it. They're all old. Damn it. Are you kidding me? Are you ordering them from people? That's an alien source. I guarantee. They love fucking poking around and they have like so many different means of experimentations. You have no idea. And if you're sitting still, especially if you're stoned, you're already sedated, you're already zoned in, you're comfortable with it. They just come and they do stuff. Um, no, okay, I'm not finding any legitimate sources for this. Where are you getting this from? Um, because it did not come up. I'm on the Blush website now. Some sketchy ass thing came up. It was weird. No, they don't have it. Who are you buying it from? Is it the spider entity that connects all things in life? No, we've talked. This is the same thing I said last time, and then looked it up, and it was like, okay, it's like a group of aliens or whatever. Um, where the fuck are you buying your fucking atomic tooth powder from? Yeah, 100%. I got way too excited, y'all. I'm, God, I do miss working there. I can't even lie. It was definitely one of the only jobs I've ever liked. I've totally had some wicked awful jobs, so it wasn't like the best thing ever, but oh man, I do miss it. It was a time in life for sure. Oh man. But like who can actually afford to like blush? I am too a great spider, omen, and goddess. Hey, I know we got to the point where we were boring enough for you to go to sleep. Thanks for tuning in. I'll talk to you soon, I'm sure. I hope that you have a wonderful night and a great sleep, and maybe you'll dream of me again. And I hope it's not weird. Good luck. Wow. No, Lush is so legit. God, I'm so mad right now. Why did we get on this topic? Very, very upset. Oh, yeah, that was the first thing that came up on mine. I'm so mad. Yeah, Anansi is what I was talking about. Love you all so much. I'm up though. What's up, y'all? Look at me. I'm like, I'm up. So you put your arms up. We're on a roller coaster. On our way up. I'm on our way up. Okay. I'm just like, I'm not bored. I just like don't care. It's like been a very rough week in terms of fighting myself and fighting PMDD and, you know, being just like the unhinged Alice type person that I am. When you really like think about it, that's I think the whole thing is like doing 6 impossible things a day. People regards like the silliest, simplest things that they could do as impossible because they're like, oh, I could never do that. Or yeah, right. Or I doubt it, or that's impossible. But if you just keep doing impossible things, or maybe things that you wouldn't expect you do, or someone your age, or your caliber, or your profession, or your gender to do, then everybody gets to be more and more themselves because we open up a space where we identify authentically with our internal initial responses rather than our automated subliminal responses, right? And because that seems to be such a difficult concept for people, it can be ostracizing for those who carry it, for those who ascribe to that, um, because of the power of assimilation, among other things, or powers that be, you know. It's crazy. This is random. This has nothing to do with what I was talking about, but it was so quiet that I was like, I honestly don't always really fully know what or why I talk about the things that I do. I'm sure someone inherently at some point watching does always know. It's just probably not always ever the same person consistently the whole time. So, um, It's crazy that right now I feel like I'm having a bad hair day because I got the fucking Skater Boy nun bangs going on. You know, like I just washed my hair and let it air dry like I always do. But depending on where I'm at in my cycle and how much fucking estrogen versus testosterone I have, which right now I'm replenishing, is how much of a flip I get. I used to think it was my glasses. I used to think it was my hair products. I used to think it was, it's my cycle. So I'm having like a bad hair day. But it's crazy that I could look so different right now than I did yesterday or the day before or whatever. And I think it's because I'm a Scorpio rising and I have the power of shape shifting a little bit. That's all. I think that's why my hair changes. But then I give away my secrets. That's the thing. I'm far from making anything difficult. I'm just a difficult person, I think. Right? I'm very simple, but that's difficult for people because one would assume that you should avoid to trust what a woman says or, um, just inherently trust no one. Principles like that, or you should know when to lie, or it's okay to lie sometimes. It's a lot harder to just be faced with the truth all the time. In a way, I wish I would have learned my lesson. Yeah, who isn't? I wish I would have learned my lesson to be sort of like um less honest in a sense. Um, but it's even down to the point where I could have done my hair. And if it's like this, it's not bad. It's giving Farrah Fawcett at this angle, right? Like that's kind of cute. But I'm like sitting like this because this is how I be sitting. Because I only got scoliosis half the month too. That's like I sit up straight and I'm like perky, cocky, whatever for 2 weeks, and then I'm like, Gremlin, there's something coming out of my back, and I'm really comfortable like this. It's like, okay, Gollum, if you want to just crawl out of that hole when you're done, that'd be great. Can you bury the blood so that the hounds don't come and get it? I promise this to my team. Okay, okay. You feed that to your demons then. Okay. You go right ahead and do that. All right. I was thinking about this the other day and it resonates fucking hard. Sorry, vampires. All my blood is for my demons. There you are, connected to the water stream. Wash your car. Fish and frogs come screaming down like rain. Are those frogs wearing hats? Or is that a snake? Is that not even a frog? They're like the closest thing to an alien that you could find. I'm looking at the sky. I'm waiting on the rain. Yeah. I'm waiting for the frogs to fall down on me. Yeah, we fucking love froggies. Thanks for the follows, guys. I'm looking at the sky. You can go to my website, www.illylily.com, and you can book yourself one. You can pay me money. You can get your own private reading for an undisclosed amount of time or varying degrees of price. Otherwise, you're in it for the chat. Whenever I'm on here and we see this pink box, I know. If you see this pink box, I'm just chatting. So now's a great time to ask me any questions. If there is a situation you're curious about, I'll answer about it, but I'm not pulling cards right now. You'll notice that the screen, if you're ever like scrolling by and you see that I'm live, if the screen has like the little turquoise box and the chat is on the other side, or the chat is on the other side, and there's like a little green box instead of the big pink one, you'll know that I have tarot cards out. But even when I do, I don't do personal readings. So thanks. But if you stick around and vibe with us, it gets pretty fucking personal around here. Um, and for real, books open. You can always book a personal reading. But we can hang out a bit, get to know each other. You can find out if I'm worth the money. You know? Um, it's my protective nature. So, um, thanks. See, not everybody does. A few people came in and they heard me say that and they left. And you, Blake, I think you'll fit right in. Let's start with sun sign and pronouns. If you'll share with us, um, Blake can go either way, so we'll make no assumptions. And a lot of people use straight up fake fucking names out here, so who cares? Um, Sun signs, we don't judge. We pretty much like everyone. You stayed. Thank you. No, no, no. Of course you did. You know us. I meant the people who walked in and have never been here before. They tend to leave when they hear like I don't do personal readings because they don't believe me when I say it does get personal. Like people have like, if you're the only person watching the stream live and the only one talking to me all night, the cards are gonna basically be your reading, and I'm gonna talk you through it, and I'm gonna talk to you every step of the way. But if there's more than one person here who wants a message or is here for conversation, then it's never gonna be about one person. You know what I mean? Um, and that's just on so many levels something I've always believed. And I'm not opposed to doing zodiac readings if you guys are into that, where I'll go through. I've done it a few times on the stream. Nice. I love that I said zodiac readings and you would be first. So like the advantage. Um, I love how I said it's not so we can like hate on anybody. That's great you like them. You're Virgo, that makes sense. I feel like there's something very oddly compatible about Aries and Virgo, and I think it's because they have the same aura, but they present it with different energies. And it's almost like Virgos vicariously live through Aries, but Aries are like very what is the word I'm trying to think of? Affirmed, but asserted. Influenced. Like Virgo is like tells them what to do and they'll listen. Yeah, yeah, I think so. I think so. Such a good like it'd be like very much like that. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's why you're here. I don't get a lot of Aries. Aries are far and few between and they don't tend to come back. We mostly deal with mutables and fixed signs here. Um like gold hairs is a Leo, I think, and source is a Virgo, so that's a fixed sign and a mutable sign. I'm a triple mutable Taurus sun, so you got a Taurus rising, we vibe. Totally into it. Yeah, I think you'll be great here. What does that even mean? Nothing. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I probably wouldn't have even really said that if I was thinking twice. I'm not thinking twice because I'm having that kind of week. I'll be thinking twice next week. I'll be talking real slow and real chill, and I'm like, wow, she's so cool and effortless and so good at being on camera and streaming. But today, folks, what you're witnessing is Unhinged Friday, starting on a Thursday. Yeah, started started when I couldn't really sleep last night for no fucking reason at all. Yeah, kind of. To me, a cusp is 1 or 2 days. I'm a full weekend. Like Taurus season starts 420 and I'm the 26th. It's like it's still the first week, but barely. I'm at the end of the first week. I only consider the cusp to be like 19, 20, 21. Personally. The transition of Aries to Taurus season is the best, most important, and specialist to me because get this, like, of course, my Mercury, I forgot to mention, my Mercury and Venus are both in Aries, so that's basically me. Um, but the last day of Aries season being April 19th, and then Taurus season being 420 is just like, what a beautiful day. What a fun celebration. What a great week in life. And it literally, I feel so young. And then my birthday is the same week, and I'm like, I'm right on time for everything I've ever done. I get so stoked and inspired every year. Aries season is like third Halloween, or first Halloween, depending on how you look at it. I don't know. Springtime, it's like because winter's over, everything was dead, everything's coming back to life, but things aren't necessarily alive yet during Aries season, and it ramps up towards the end. And once you get into Taurus season, the earth, the green, the feminine energy to kick up spring until we get to Gemini season when spring actually, or when summer begins, or whatever. You know what I mean? Spring is chill. I've always liked spring. I'm a definitely spring chicken. I went to Catholic school, but we still had fucking Devil's Night because I'm from Michigan. I don't know why no one else does that. Seems like it would be a way more popular tradition. And then they get mad at us that we make like satanic music or something. And it's like, dude, what have y'all been fucking talking out your asses for? Did y'all have Devil's Night? Is that why you said that? Or I just, Jersey Devil? Mm, that sucks, man. You're Baptist, right? Or where family was. We talked about this before. Oh, colonization. If y'all knew where I was from, I went to Catholic school. We're a bunch of former churchgoers. Welcome to the crowd, though. I love Halloween. It's a lot of fun. You eat candy and dress up. I mean, what's not to like? I love dressing up for Halloween. I love doing as many costumes as I can. You know, I have blonde hair, blonde-ish hair, um, because of a Halloween costume that I didn't even wear. So silly. You got lucky in that way. Same. I don't think I would necessarily say I grew up conservative. I just grew up in the church because, like, at home, my life wasn't necessarily conservative. And I was, like, sheltered in comparison because I didn't learn shit from bad kids at school like normal children. And my parents couldn't just, like, unload all of the horrors on the world. I mean, eventually it was like, all right, so there's like this stuff, this stuff. And it was like, oh, wow, okay. It's like, wow, that makes everything make sense type shit. But you miss a lot. So church is really boring to me. Yeah, I could get that. I'll get lost in some of the scriptures. You're totally not wrong about that. I've definitely something about having a photographic memory or maybe just like working with my second sight. I don't know. I'm telling you, man. I went to fucking Hogwarts, but it was a Catholic school. They just like here talk to this dead guy until someone actually does, I guess. But I would get very, very lost, like you said, because it is boring. Where it's a lot of like, at least with Catholicism, it's like processing and rituals and sitting and standing and singing and doing all this other stuff, and you fucking literally take time to shake hands. Like it can be very exhausting, and it can be very drawn out and long, boring, and it's also sitting still. Other than get up, it's like playing red light, green light with a guy in a robe. It's kind of a weird. You know what I mean? Where it's like, get up, sit down, kneel, sit up, get down, sit, stand. The fuck, man. Um, that's where I was by day. I was fucking practicing necromancy. By night, I was practicing dimension hopping. Why? As a child, why? Did I sign up for that job? Did I commit to that? Is that what my role was always meant to be? And that's why I do what I do now because I've been practicing it since I was like 6 years old. I've been able to fucking write because I literally had ideas that I wanted to express by the time I was 4. I was like, I need to learn how to write and do stuff myself. I remember it. And so does my mother. Freaked her out a little bit. Um, I can't even say I recommend any of it. I think I've just seen things that I never needed to see. Things that I thought maybe were visions of my future and now I feel are not necessarily out of reach, but just clearly not made for me. If they, refuse to transpire in this reality, then it's like, cool, you peek into something else. And it's like, oh, at what cost? Because then it just fucks you up in this reality where you're like, what's real and what isn't. Again, part of what I like about the stream is like at the beginning, I think everybody missed it. There was like one, maybe two, three people here. And it was none of you, as far as I know. A few people would shout out and then, would go quiet or whatever. But it was just like, a moment where it was like, whoa, I like have like this very real life question about me that's popping into my head. And I didn't want to say what the question was because I knew it would put too many people on the spot. And I was like, oh my God, that sounds petty and dramatic. Because the thing is, if you are masterful at this shit, then you can do things like that. But if you are graceful at this shit, you won't, right? It's like I know that I will be perceived as someone who would be, oh, don't know what you're talking about, blah, blah, blah. Classic gaslighting, right? So it's just better to not say anything sometimes and to just say what I'm saying and not say what they're thinking. And that's like this weird, like I said, there's like this block where it's like, oh my God, living people wanting to talk to me is starting to piss me off because I'm just a fucking guy. The fuck? Oh my God. Okay. What do you even I must have missed a message. It's weird because I think I've been exploring. Okay, I did totally missed a message. Um, I think anything new or different is weird, Source. I feel like you're reading too much into his um choice in words where you perceive weird as like, oh, well, why do you think it's weird? This is what I do. This is what we all do. It's not weird, but I think he's like, yo, this is rather than saying uncomfortable or different or far from what I've been doing, just said weird. That's the beginning of a journey, right? He's at the beginning of something, and we are practically elders at this point. Um, you even more so than me. Yeah, growing is part of it. I wouldn't even say growing up, it's just about growing. You can grow out, you can grow in, you can grow on a vine, you can grow in a garden. You don't have to just grow up like a tree. Because trees get cut down more than anything. But flowers get picked out, so careful where you're planting. So, it was beautiful. How old are you? I'm sorry if that's too much to ask. That's too much for a shirt, and I doubt I'll remember this. I have a lot of good stuff. I save all the streams. A lot of them are posted on Patreon. It's like $5 a month. Big whoopty fucking do. Pay $5, watch them all in a month. I don't know. Yeah, I figured. Okay. I do tend to attract that younger crowd, but I have very much like 19-year-old energy because that is probably, well, okay. I wouldn't say that's when my spiritual journey started, but that's when I wanted to embark on it because I became very much more acquainted with death at that age than I had before. Um, I would have put you closer to like 23. I'm not even gonna lie. Um, and I barely talk to you, so that's a good thing. It's hard for men to be mature. I think we never really established if your pronouns was male, but I guessed that you were masculine, and you never corrected me and just said that you were an Aries, and Aries is a masculine element, so I still was not sure about pronouns. Yeah. So it is literally so difficult for men to be mature because the general consensus of male dominated society is that men are allowed to be immature and men are allowed to be stupid and men are allowed to be incompetent and men are allowed to be like disgusting and unkempt, uncared for and unknowledgeable and unemotional. And it's like if you aren't those things, you get ostracized, made fun of, ridiculed, mocked, told you're this and that and blah 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 blah. Like that's so annoying. But repressing those feelings just can also make you an asshole. So sometimes mature men really are not even like good ones because they get so tired of it and then you end up isolated. And you end up with someone like I almost said something that didn't really make sense. It'd be funny. I thought it was a little late. For the never mind. I'm gonna hold my tongue. I'm gonna hold my tongue. I'm gonna hold my tongue. Yeah. So, oh God, I've been congratulating people on their breakups forever. I went through a breakup at like at probably 18 or 19, right? And then embarked on like the free love movement, feminism, drug addicted, kind of groovy, this bullshit. Stuff I've grown out of, but still represents because I think putting in the work and doing it yourself without any substances is like more important than the trip itself, right? And that's kind of what I was always about was like, damn, this shit's crazy. Damn, this shit makes sense. Damn, I've been doing this since I was a kid. Damn, do I even need the drugs? Damn, I did a lot of research. Damn, I did a lot of experiments. Damn. Yeah, I did all that by the time I was your age, you know? And still didn't when I was that age. But I quit. I mean, I practically got sober at 21 after an incident in which I became more acquainted with death, as very briefly mentioned. I stopped doing drugs, but then I started smoking more weed than I had been doing anything, just sheer trauma. So by 21, I was like, I'm not even gonna drink caffeine and just like quit cold fucking turkey. And it made no difference. It made no discernible difference on who I am as a person. Um, hi. Hi. You are not yo, dude, is that you? No. That'd be crazy. Is it you? No. Dude, no. Man, y'all really? That's so cute. I was like 16 or 17, maybe like 17 the first time I fucking tried them. I think it was, I think it had to be, okay, so, all right. This was like over 10 years ago, so you can't like charge me for a crime that you have no proof that I committed other than this confession right now. Is it a confession or is it just a story? So, when I was like 16 years old, I like convinced everyone, whoever my parents, siblings, even to let me and not fight me and just allow me to go to Chicago and go to Lollapalooza with my friends. So I did. And the worst thing I did was like smoke weed and take Adderall and probably like not sleep enough and like I don't know. I don't even think I drank coffee because I had Adderall, you know. Whatever. It was so much fun. So the next year I'm like 17. It's my senior year. Um, I must have been. Oh my god! I was going into my senior year of high school. And I was like, first of all, I'm going back to Lollapalooza 100,000%, right? Like 2009. And before that, I had some friends. I had like an older boyfriend. He wasn't that much older, but was still whatever. And his friend and my cousin, and they're like, dude, we're going to Rothbury and you gotta come with us. And I was like, well, I've been to Lollapalooza. I can go to Rothbury. Of course, Lollapalooza being at Grant Park. Oh man, we gotta pre-roll ads. What happened? Is this an ad? Cliffhanger. baby, I'm so tired. And from the government, and from the tax report, man, in the public school, man, on the golden rule, yeah. You already know what it is. Okay. That's where I got this title from. So it's funny, I was just talking about Lollapalooza and titled the stream a Jane's Addiction song because they like made the festival, right? That was like the whole reason I wanted to go because I was like really into Jane's Addiction. And they did not play 2008 like the first time I went, but Perry Farrell was there and I was like, I gotta go see that man. And it was cool as fuck actually. It was very, very fun. Maybe, but okay. The thing is, there's nothing. I'm far from being embarrassed by the way I eat or seeing people seeing me eat. It's that it costs money. It's that, like, as a sub, sure, you paid theoretically, but the replays, how does that work? Do the ads play if you rewatch the stream where the ads were, or is it ad free? You see what I'm saying? So it's not about me eating like a monster. It's about me eating like Brad Pitt. I don't get to just watch that. Fuck, you gotta at least buy the dinner or pay for the content, right? Like, okay, so I think Amanita is probably safer to start with because they're like less potent. They're not psilocybin and you take lower amounts, but there's like people know a lot less about them. Generally speaking, well, people who know about mushrooms know about them, but people who know about psilocybin don't know as much about them. So psilocybin is a lot easier to talk to people about, but amanita is more natural, where they just grow. Um, so I would start with that. They're way lesser mental effects, and I think, from my understanding, more physical effects. Same. Oh my god, you think I haven't done nutmeg, bro? You can talk about nutmeg. You know what I said today? I was like, man, maybe I should go back to doing fucking nutmeg. I never did nutmeg. I've done it like twice. I was like 15 and I was like, fuck it, I'm out of weed. I just want to be stoned for 3 days. I'm gonna eat some nutmeg. Dangerous game to play. Totally dangerous game to play. But it's fucking legal. Who gives a shit? What are you gonna do? Legalize nutmeg? How are you gonna prove I fucking ate 4 fucking small amounts? You can only eat, you cannot, if you eat too, here's the thing about nutmeg. If you eat too much of it, you will literally die. It is poison. If you were to eat a whole nutmeg, you would die. We eat ground up powdered nutmeg and we eat a little bit and it's potent because it's poison. That's why you hallucinate. That's why it makes you sick. That's why it all binds you up. It's trying to kill you. But if you do a little bit less than a lethal dose, oh my god, bro, it's the craziest fucking, like, I thought I was never gonna come down. I was like, bro, it's like the first long trip I've ever had. You know what I'm saying? That was like the first trip I ever had because it was like a regular stoned. It lasted for 3 fucking days, man. But that's not drugs, that's just spices. What are you gonna do? Oh, I'm talking about actually eating nutmeg powder. You're talking about concentrates and shit. No, no, no. I'm talking put that shit on some ice cream and mix it in and eat fucking nutmeg. I was not referring to. I think that's where this dissonance came in, is you were like being all covert, and I was being like, no, I stole that shit from fucking store and fucking ate it. You know, at one point I bought some on sale. Um, yeah, man, right. But it makes you so fucking constipated that it's like borderline not fucking worth it. But I shit so much when I'm on my period and need to be sedated that I'm like, nutmeg might not be a bad fucking solution, except for that it is. keep it to chili. The nutmeg, yeah, it's not good for you because it can very easily kill you. I think that'd be the reason to not talk about that because, like, yeah, it's a spice, it's legal. I'm pretty sure that's why it's in eggnog, and eggnog has a reputation for getting people really fucked up. They probably used to put way more nutmeg in it and just drank it through the whole holiday. They just stayed stoned and drunk the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think we've all cut back. Yeah, it is really overwhelming. That's why you pair it with eggs. Makes it way easier to drink. That's why I said ice cream, because it's like cinnamon challenge, but worse because it doesn't taste as good and it's more coarse. If you can imagine, if you've ever even tried to do any amount of cinnamon challenging, y'all, like nutmeg is so much worse. It's something I would never recommend, but it's funny because I literally talked about it today, you know? And if I'm just chilling on my period, I'm not trying to fucking operate any vehicles or fucking do anything. I don't know, maybe that's the wrong thing to say on stream because like I also like to keep drug talk to a minimum, especially because I very much what Toad Strand? I have no idea. I very much seem like someone who like actively does drugs, but like I said, I'm far from it. I went on like a whole anti-drug crusade looking like this and acting the way I do, where I just never even know or care where I am. It just will da, 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 fucking talk to anyone, do anything in a moment that I feel like it. Like it's a lot. But it definitely gives the perception of drugs. Like, does my personality come from my former drug use? Maybe influenced by it, but also I think that you have to understand that way before there were any drugs in my system, I acted like this. Yeah, that's cool. Well, what's his name used to do it? Not Nefertiti, it was the Egyptian goddess, Queen Pharaoh, Pharaohess. Um, Nostradamus used to do it. I think something's telling me Rasputin did too. I kind of was gonna maybe I'll talk to the two of them. It's Black History Month, y'all. Are we really gonna act like this? So fucking gay. What does that have to do with being gay? Were they gay? They didn't even know each other. No way. Did they? Did Rasputin? No, Nostradamus lived like way before. Like Nostradamus lived in like the 1700s, right? Or is that, am I thinking too far back? I know. No, Nostradamus did eat nutmeg though. He like wrote journals about it and was like, I attribute many of my visions to being high on nutmeg, basically, and almost killing myself. But something right now is telling me Rasputin used to do that shit too. That's so true. Let's just find out when they both lived. Well, Rasputin was with the Tsarina and shit, so he was like the 1900s, 1920s. He was probably very prominent. Yeah. Oh, not even before that actually, which makes sense because that would have been too late. That would have been 20s would have been after the war. He got shot in 1916, 1869. Yeah, Nostradamus I think was like probably dead by the time Rasputin was born. Oh, 1500s, not even the 1700s, but the 1500s. That's crazy. My initial reaction was 15, but I was like, nah, that's too long ago. Maybe 16, 17. So I went 17. But I didn't realize he lived so fucking long ago. He predicted so many things. That's really, really bizarre. I haven't read a ton by Nostradamus. I started a book of his where it's just like some of his prophecies and then it's annotated. Well, it's translated into English and annotated in English, but the original, oh my God, I just looked him up. I don't know. It's not Italian that he spoke or wrote in, is it? I don't even fucking remember. French. So the original French script is there, and then it's translated also, and then it's also annotated, where like it explains it and even references different points in history in which some of the things he predicted happened. And even though I was reading about him at the time and it was going through his life, like he spent a lot of his time in exile because people were not always cool with what he did. And part of it's because he was fucked up and a drunk, probably drinking fucking eggnog. He was fucked up. He was nefarious feeling, I guess. He swindled people because he would try to sell fortunes when prophecy and fortunes are two different things. So he was frowned upon, and then became a doctor or something like that. And a lot of people wouldn't let him practice and just assumed he was a witch doctor. And he was like, well, that's separate. I'm a medical doctor, but I guess I'm a witch doctor now. And then he just like became a witch doctor. So he was probably addicted to like a whole bunch of fucking random homeopathic stuff. I don't know. I don't really feel like channeling them right now. It's literally Black History Month. It just feels rude to talk about these like white dudes who were awful or whatever. I don't know. That's interesting. Interesting. Why did you bring that up? I'm curious because I'm someone who I feel like I successfully achieved many, many of my goals, and that's fine with me. But I feel far more magical than I do superior or successful. Like in terms of the way other people measure success, I am very far from being successful. But in terms of how I measure success, I am extremely successful and therefore very magical. And Blake, I'm glad that you know you're magical too. We are so magic. Um, Mamma Mia, here I go again. That's what I did the first time I ate nutmeg. Let's go see that movie. Not a good movie. Dot dot dot. I was trying to rewatch it for funsies. I was like, this. I need nutmeg. No, but that was like a week ago. I was thinking about that, and now today I was like, oh, that'd be the perfect thing to knock myself out for a few days. Um, but again, risking death, not worth it. So we're gonna try other stuff before we resort to nutmeg to deal with the PMDD come up and come downs, because it's intense and SSRIs really don't cut it. Weed's never enough. Alcohol's simply not an option. And there's very few other things. Birth control makes me cry. What are you gonna do? Keep experimenting. Yeah, love that. It's pretty basic. It's pre phase one, but you told I just smelled cologne. Super heavy cologne. Did that guy who told you that have like a very strong scent of cologne and have I'm picturing like I don't want to say anything like um yeah. Of course. That's what this whole channel's for. It's nice that you even asked. Sometimes people just dump and we don't even know them. It's like, okay. See ya. But this is like giving guy in the mall kiosk who's like, oh come here, and he wants to show you something with the hair. Those dudes, there's a guy who gave me a bracelet a long time ago. It was so oh my gosh, really just beautiful. That's hey, really quick. Gonna finish this. So into that. Completely when I there's too much to say on the subject actually. So when I read that, I saw a dude, slick back hair, little curls at the bottom, like gelled out. And I'm Italian American. So it's maybe my own vibe of my own ancestors, right? But I'm picturing like the rounded nose at the end and the thin frame, the loose button up, the button up that doesn't have the buttons all the way up. It's like very European, but from the perspective of someone who would see Europeans in America. And the black jacket, and a very, very, very strong cologne is what you have the magic to turn, that's what I pictured. Oh, hey, what is Visigoths? Sounds fucking badass. We're getting into some really cool conversation. You didn't really miss much, by the way. It's all just been random, but we just are about to embark on some things. Hmm. This is where Goths come from. Germanic, is that like of German origins or like where Germany once was? cool. Fuck yeah. The ancient Italians. Fucking cool. I kind of want to do 23andMe or whatever, but I also like I just think I'm too incriminating of a person to just like give people my DNA or access my relations and stuff. It just seems like, nah, I want to know, but it's not even 100% accurate, you know? And it's questionable. Genealogy and sociology are very different. So am I goth? Is that what you're saying? By being Italian, I'm inherently goth? Dude, it's crazy that Nico, the most goth bitch to ever fucking live, literally died on the dude who invented goth music's fucking birthday. Are you guys over that? Because I am never gonna be over that. Nico fucking died on Screamin' Jay Hawkins' fucking birthday. Like while he was still alive. Literally, you when you don't outlive your idols. Like, that's so goth. That is so goth. That is so alien. What do you mean? Is that a real thing? We don't know where 12% comes from. Aliens. Totally the. What do you mean? You would what? Do I see? I'm giving a little bit of a. I'm feeling like, sometimes I have that kind of energy. You know what I'm talking about? I don't like to be derogatory towards people, especially if they're struggling, but I've been familiar with quite a few in my days of the certain kind of energy that I'm starting to get on. Yeah, we love aliens on this channel. You're gonna like it here, Blake the Aries. Um, you ask them what? Oh, ask was the typo. Okay, I would ask my guides, lineage, bloodline, if you could do the DNA testing. I hear you now. Um, yeah, I don't know. You know what's interesting too, which never really dawned on me that you know how you can connect with family members on there. I didn't think of it how because they're separate companies, there isn't just like a very large database of DNA. There's separate databases per company of DNA. So if your relatives all use 23andMe, but you use Ancestry or, you know, the other one, then you'll never be connected to one another because you used two different, like, the swab test. Mm. Aliens is the answer to a lot of our stuff on this channel, for sure. It's just what makes everything make sense. And that's why it's funny that like lately, like today when I was talking about that light being, it's like, is this some kind of extraterrestrial being? Because that's how I would see an angel, right? You perceivable heaven would just essentially be some kind of haven in space, right? Above us, outside of our atmosphere, somewhere we can't see it. That's like so vague, but okay. Some kind of all-seeing eye or all-seeing God. It's so interesting to me because this it's not even about our generation because it's several of the last generations and several of the future generations, although they have a very odd conception of what the world was like before technology as they haven't experienced it. So from I would say like those early centennials and before them, we all watched this world kind of like develop into what it is. And I lightly touched on this earlier where I made a joke about how they said, "Oh, we have mirrors so we can look at you, but now you have phones and screens to look at each other." Um, where it does feel like there's always been an entity and there's always been an all-seeing eye and there's always been like the feeling of surveillance, regardless of whether or not the technology was there. Because for most of the time there wasn't. And I literally, if you hadn't said something just now, I would have forgot that we were going to go back to that question or statement you made. So I was like into it, but I just like, right, right. Yeah, and I think the thing about the US or the world being such a fucking trash pit is pissing other people off, where they're trying to scare us and they're trying to make us do the right thing. They're trying to like galactically get together and everybody has their own little experiments going on where they colonize the fuck out of this planet because it's a trash pit, but they watch us not be able to do anything about it, and they we don't there's nothing that we need to defend ourselves against, but if we fail to cooperate with the greater system at hand and we're barely cooperating with one another amongst each other, let alone amongst cities, states, countries, this versus that, this plus them, or whatever the fuck we have going on, how the fuck could we consciously function in a greater out of this world society? And as much as it would be possible to be saved, there's very little to be saved anymore. And so everybody's kind of jumping in and grabbing what they can, getting in there just in case the fucking shit flows the lid. That's like where they're all at, where they're like, God damn, this is the dumbest species we've ever fucking created. They're literally just like appalled. They're like some of the greatest geniuses that ever walked the earth and some of the biggest dumbasses that have ever existed because we've got nothing figured out. Even the animal kingdom is, ecologically sound. We don't have anything going for us. It's like we don't have anything going for us as human beings, as a species. They're looking at us like they are really dumb. They had everything they needed. The societies were set up in a way that was effective. Everything was made for people to be on foot. Everything was made out of stone and materials to be lasted. You built a society one time, and that was it. It just was there forever. You maintained it. Everybody put their work together. Like we, you know, back in the day, we had it seemed seemingly way more figured out, and way more shit to deal with in a way where it was more the physiological warfare, so many diseases and so much war and so much famine and all this other stuff that we still experience on this planet, but not to the same degree that they did before, but probably only because the population and food sources are different. It's not necessarily that it's an entirely different situation, right? So we are talking about 1,000 things at this point. So you can say the night has officially begun because who cares what the fuck time it is? I'm a time traveler. I always know about the clock, but I never care about the date, right? So, um, going back, because I feel like this will be not necessarily a good segue, but it'll be easy to bounce back and forth from some of these ideas. So, not speaking for all other Black people. So, this is coming from Black Man in America. I didn't mean to like laugh, but I think I was quoting two different things just now. Um, I do always want to talk about black magic. I think it's so funny the way black magic is perceived and what it and even like the dichotomy of the word, right? Because it does have the different perceptions and different meanings, but like the obvious connotations. Um, and slaves more than absorbed Christianity. Slaves had Christianity beat into them to the point where they passed it on to their children unwittingly, to avoid their children getting it beat into them. And by the time anybody who had it beat into them was dead, no one really understood how it came to be or where it came from. And it is extremely fucking sad that you see Christianity remain as popular as it is, and especially amongst oppressed societies or races seems a bit hefty because it's like not a race thing necessarily, it's a division of people. But it is crazy to see oppressed people voluntarily living under an oppressive system. And it's not as easy as to say Kanye's fucking cop out of a statement on, slavery's a choice. Like, listen, bro, oh my God, it may have been someone's choice, someone real high up who initially got the money for letting those British people in. I'm sure someone got a major payoff, some royal rich fucker way high up. But there was not an active choice that people made. Like, That's such a fucking it was like it's like how else do you survive? I don't know. That's not really a point. What I'm saying is leaning into the Christianity, it's like Stockholm syndrome, or it was at the time. Because once again, if you learned what they wanted you to learn, then they would theoretically went easier on you, but it probably meant that they just you instead. Oh my god, it's literally horrifying, right? But how many of us get caught up in abusive relationships for years on end, or know someone who has, and know how hard it is to break away, or have risked our lives trying to get something? And it's like, yeah, imagine hundreds of millions of people going through that at the same time. The fuck? Okay, sorry. A little too much came out, I think. Especially because we didn't even talk about the black magic part of this, um, or touch on voodoo at all. Okay. Now I gotta scroll back down, see where else we left off. Who didn't just say what? What do I think about telepathically? Who's a meanie? What did I do? Oh yeah, I'm a time traveler. I love Captain Planet. Caption Planet. Yeah, I'm a time traveler. Black magic is not evil. That's what I was kind of getting at. Sorry, I went on a tangent and like the chat, just like I'm scrolling. Yeah, what a sub to city. What is this is a sub to city, okay? But yeah, synchronicity. Okay, all I want to see is my daily triple number, and then I know that this is more than a synchronicity. Is that like a lottery thing? Do we get a cut, by the way? Just like the three of us. Me, Source, and Gold Hairs is still here. And whoever the fourth lurker is, sorry, you don't really get a piece of the pie because you ain't speaking up, right? So if you do hit, is that what this is? Yeah, that's angel numbers. Yeah, welcome to the game. Welcome to life as it really is for what it is. Good. Yeah, good, 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 good. That's usually how it goes. That's usually how a spiritual journey begins is you start to see signs and you follow them. But you have to know where you want to go, and the signs will point you in the direction you need to be. That's such a okay. Listen, bitch. Listen. Who wants to throw down? You've seen it happen, bro. You've seen it happen. You literally have. Oh, who's eating a plate of fruit right now? Oh, that pizza tastes fucking good. Oh, you having a beer? And how many times we get confirmation? I don't want to be in people's thoughts, man. I am, though. Please calm your ass down. Stop thinking about me. Stop inviting me into your head rent free. You have to pay rent to be in mine. Christ, oh my god. And like, I know, and see, here's the thing I don't fuck around with it really. To an extent, I try to fucking, it's never rent free, right? To an extent, sorry, I didn't mean to get all up in the crazy. Okay, I'll put my sweater back on. A as someone who has a photographic memory, a lot lives in my head rent free. Um, I feel like you've got a masking energy. I never really suspect you to be here unless you're faking your identity. I'm always surprised when you peep up and talk. But I do feel like Virgos can take a good roasting. So I feel like when I go hard on my lurkers, that's when I don't know it's you, but it's you. I'm guessing. Because I don't always talk shit to the lurkers, but I'm guessing that when I do, you're one of them. That seems like a Virgo thing. That's why all the Virgos in my life like me so much, I think. They're scrappy. I love that. No, we were on stream. I think it was Jai who was just here. Um, yeah, well, you're an Aries. You can give a nice roasting, so you've had to learn to take a nice roasting because you were gonna give them. That's usually how that works by your sign. Um, no, but for real though, so why do you think about why did you ask me about telepathy? We're talking about so many different things. I kind of want to make a list at this point. listen, and we're gonna transition. So we're gonna start with, and then we're gonna go to, and we'll come back to, and we'll go into, and that'll lead us to, and this will tell us about, and that'll lead into, and this is the new schedule agenda for the evening. I have to roll ads. I don't know if they're auto playing yet. I'll be right back. I often do recommend people grab like a pen and paper and shit while we talk about certain things. So, so what's gonna happen is like the ads will basically recount and restart, and I'm gonna run another 3 minutes of ads so that we can have like an uninterrupted um, hour-long stream where I'll go point for point. I know, and then I'm gonna play it more so that we can just go longer. Because the 30-minute intervals, I keep forgetting. I just keep stop paying attention. Because to the 10-minute mark, and I'm like, oh shit, it's override, it's out or whatever. Okay, so I'll do the topic starters until the next commercial break. That's the thing. What is black? Because the thing is, this is what I don't like. This is what I don't like. This is where this conversation starts for me. Is what is black magic and what made you think it was bad and what made you think it was nefarious? Because here's the thing. If we talk dark and light, most people are going to associate dark with evil and light with good. And the thing is while light energy can be great and can be healing and can be light embodied aliens or whoever the fuck angels showed up to me, um, darkness is also like infinity and power. It's like deep space, deep ocean. Literally the places that define infinity for us in our human conception. Our eyes, this is where we see everything and it's dark in there. Um, the womb, yeah, it's everything that is dark is life. And that's why it's like, wait a second, so why is that associated with darkness, is associated with death and with evil and with bad things and with like bad magic? Why? Wow. If I had to guess, okay, that's literally, I couldn't even think of a reason why light would be inherently evil. But that's a great point. Too much sun can literally kill you. It's actively trying to kill us. But the moon, nighttime, great time, super peaceful, right? Um, Probably because most of y'all sleeping, but either way, like, right? So there's just like, oh my god, this is so fucking funny. I just like today's been such a weird day. It's so funny. Listen, if you do some shit on Instagram, Instagram is gonna tell on you, bro. And if Instagram's told on me, then listen to it. The fuck? Jesus fucking Christ. I never back down from a conversation I want to have. I would never rely on telepathic conversation with anybody, right? Anything you think you're hearing me say is me saying, why don't you ask me? Why don't you talk to me? Why don't you find out yourself? Oh my God. It's so fucking sick of hearing it all day, and they really think I can't hear them. Holy fuck. Sorry, not to cut in line for the conversation that we're already having. Stop being disruptive if you're gonna watch. Okay, so who perceives darkness as evil? Because darkness, of course, and we go right in tandem with black, like a color, and light goes with white. Can we all kind of infer where we're going with this? Can we all kind of see how deeply rooted in racism everything we do is, and why cultural appropriation is such an important conversation to have in terms of spirituality? Because it's one, supposed to be the community that actually gives a shit about people's ancestors and what people go through and their spiritual journeys and their spiritual practices, and two, because it's racist. Because y'all say, oh my God, and racism, Black Lives Matter, but you can't even decolonize what you've been programmed to believe, which is that dark means bad and light means good, and that black means evil and white means light. Y'all didn't think about that, did you? No, you did not. Good night. No, I'm rolling ads though, so we can get that uninterrupted hour. And then we'll be back on this too, because it's fucking black. Said so. We said so. Sometimes somebody's ancestor. I don't know anybody's ancestors. Um that's not first of all, I am royal. I don't know what you mean by that. Um when did I say y'all? I don't know. Sometimes I get in it and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Y'all spiritual people, I think. Like everyone in the spiritual community, because what I've noticed is like the pipeline the pipeline of spiritual white women to being deeply misogynistic colonizers is like too fast, right? So the spiritual community in general, I think is what I meant. And what do you mean not royal? What does that mean? I have been told I'm royal. Why? What does it mean? What do you mean? No, I'm just kidding. It's not really for me to say. Okay, be right back. Rolling ads so we can get that full interrupted hour. Okay. ASMR. Snack time. Post snack time. You know? How about a little, what up, Ash? Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, let's go back. I've been down to a whole lot. Hard tribulation, but I know God. The devil wanna put me in a bow tie. Yeah, yeah. As I look around me, so many motherfuckers wanna down me. But you can never clown me. And I tell them this, I love myself. I don't know why that just popped in my head. I read verses and something rhythms, and my first thought was absolutely that song. I was listening to it on my walk yesterday. That feels like, another thing besides doing 6 impossible things a day, doing 6 different things. Like the way people are like, man, my life moves so fast. Every day is so goddamn motherfucking long. What are y'all doing to waste so much of your time where every single day of your life you feel unfulfilled at the end of it? Again, I understand that like I live a very different lifestyle than other people, but I once too also worked in restaurants and services and retail and more regular jobs. And I still felt the same way about my life just being unhinged and deranged. Yeah. Okay. So great. I love that. You should. I'm sorry that I thought that was about my ass. I'm literally about to be ovulating in a few days. Um, Black America does probably still struggle with the concept of seeing people have it easier because I think that like most American generations do have this sense of entitlement to like I worked harder than you, and just there's no group that's an exception to it, and like the further down the line of progress that's made, there's like just like the more people go along with that idea of like making things harder for other people. um oh man, gotta love Taco Bell. Sometimes their advertisement is like next level. Like, why are you making Taco Bell look that good? I was gonna eat it anyways, now I want it instead of having to eat it. Like, what the fuck? Their ads lately, oh my god. Okay. Holding on to it and inflicting it upon others, that's literally generational trauma, and that's why a lot of people have kids without really dealing with what their parents went through and their parents went through. And that's like anybody involved in a bloodline, which is literally all of us, are going to be inflicted in a cycle of passing it down to remember it. But that doesn't mean enacting it, right? I agree. I think hazing is like horrible regardless, but I understand that, like, yeah, when you throw race dynamics into it, it is really hard to stomach, even because it's like, yeah, like after centuries of having to endure that, you now have a choice and you're choosing to do it for some Greek motherfuckers who were pedophiles. Okay, Greek people are not pedophiles. Greek mythological gods. Pedophiles. So this is all tying together really well. I was actually talking to my friend. She's Bruja in the South, and her and I have touched on voodoo a lot, and she's a bit of a practitioner, at least, she's got the roots in it. And she said, like, yes, there are close practices, but if you really feel called to something, I would hope that you feel the same way about yours. And I'm like, absolutely. That's how my spiritual journey developed. But it's not to say that anyone can just say, oh, I like this. I want to do this. It called to me. No, it didn't. That's not how that works. You have to follow it and find it somewhere. Um, but it does seem particularly sadistic with race factors in, even if it's an all black institution, all institutions are white, right? All institutions are of the oppressor, and all institutions are designed to keep people in line in some way or another. Institutionalized, I keep coming back for a visit. Like, listen, I listened to the Pimp a Butterfly again, especially because I was like, yo, I'm in the rap era once more. But I'll never be over it. I just never be over it. I'd be sick of you if you did stand up to all those alumni. That's so sad. Yeah. What do you do for work? Yes, Satanic Babylonian. Christians have made some great music. Talk about 10 out of 10. Back with Snacks, nice. Exactly. I don't know what Ragnarok is, but exactly, even eliminating the racial factor, it is sadistic colonization that white people have been doing to everyone and will also do to their own, and then act like you're a fucking traitor to them when you say, hey, I'm done taking your abuse. What the fuck? And all of a sudden you're this and that. You know how many names I've been called? Bro. It's like there was a sense, I think there's always been racism in my life, but you truly, as a white person living in white society, you truly will never see it until you're implicated in it or involved in it. And that was the only way that I did. I somehow was morally conscious, growing up enough to be like, the fuck whack shit did you just say? Even though we were all saying whack shit. Where I was like, oh, could never be me. What the fuck is wrong with you? Fucking stupid white girls, stupid white dudes, my whole life, you know? Um, and I'm not speaking explicitly on any topic, but like it's literally like the decolonization process is a lifelong process because for all, if you don't realize you've been colonized or if you cannot identify as the colonizer and realize that there are people who have been colonized or cultures that have been colonized, then you'll never be able to unlearn the things that those structures taught you. So like, what are you gonna do? Um, yeah, okay, and that's the thing is like, yeah, I'm not even gonna go there because I know way less about Spanish and Mayan culture than I do about like black or white culture, which that sounds terrible in itself that I would even say that. I guess it would alphabetical. Obviously, I primarily know Italian American culture and then quite a bit about white culture, though a lot of it evades me. I really like Wes Anderson movies, and like oat milk and stuff. But other than that, it's more the Italian American. White people were like, "The fuck is you talking about, weirdo?" And then where I'm at in the world, or where I've been in the world, um, I've known like black people, but not as much integration with like other significant cultures. Familiar with like some Middle Eastern or Chaldean cultures. So when I speak on these things, it's like Spanish culture. I know from Spanish class, but have not been. I don't want to say immersed in it, but like Mayan culture. Again, some of the entities have shown up to me at different times in my life, but like I don't think I know enough to really speak on it. Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. I forgot you said you were from Jersey. That's really funny. That's like I'm from the one place like, in Michigan that is the Italian community, and I like didn't realize it. It was very, very disorienting to grow up and be like, so you're not all. Whoa, whoa! It was weird. It was a weird moment. Yeah, we do have to choose to move past it, but we can only move past it once you like acknowledge it. So again, we're going back to black magic still, um, where we once again fear what we don't know, but we assume what we don't know is evil. We assume the opposite is, when white men have controlled the narrative as long as they have, you have to understand. We don't say that over here. We fucking call it whatever it is. I don't even know. I'm sorry. I'm a PMDD brain. I can't even think. I don't know what it is. It's not 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 sopressata. Not what's it called? I can't even remember. And it's not prosciutto. It's maybe it is not sopressata. It's the round one, right? Can't think of it right now. Having a mess in there. We don't call it that over here. That's like a New Jersey thing, to be honest with you. I worked in an Italian deli. Well, an Italian American. Um, that's a New Jersey thing. um, well, okay. But here's the thing. This is where I came to it. That's something you did mention. But that's what, okay. But I'm gonna put this picture together for everybody right now. And I'm not saying this out of anger. I'm saying this out of excitement because I've been trying to figure out how to antiquate and to articulate this point, this antiquated point. Black people practice voodoo, right? Culturally speaking. Not all of them, but it is kind of a pretty fucking close practice. You're not going to find that many white people practicing unless they're very integrated into the culture of voodoo or have Haitian roots, right? Creole roots, I like, again, not necessarily my lane, but I know a little bit more about it, or I know people who do practice voodoo, right? So, voodoo being black magic, right? The insinuation that because it's not what white people are doing, like Christianity, you automatically are going to invoke something vengeful. You automatically are working with evil entities. When in reality, someone just decided that it was the opposite of what they're doing, for sure. But my point is that when Christianity uses verbiage like that, where they use Jesus is the light to save you from the darkness, and say that black magic is banned, but also instill racist ideals, classist ideals, sexist ideals, gives this idea that suffering is for God and that everything's meant to be and that no matter how bad it is, that's what I'm saying. So, regardless of what the practice is, the language behind it is a narrative that's been controlled by the people who aren't practicing it. And that's why we have to sort of like not necessarily reject everything we've learned, but we have to understand that some of the more negative connotations we have, or the root of some of the things that we believe, is much deeper and needs to be dug up a lot more than we are plucking it out of the ground to be and saying, oh, it's a closed practice. Oh, well, it's for them. Oh, well, it's evil. Oh, well, it's this and that. Sure, whatever that has to do with anything. But yeah, you kind of get exactly. But okay, I do get what you're saying. The same people who wrote the fucking books, who wrote the educational system or the Bible or whoever, whoever had control at the time, whoever had the money, the wealth, the status, the power, and in most cases or most countries or many times in the world, in more recent history, of course, because way back when there was no white people, more recent history, white people have been a bit overzealous with all of it, the colonizing and the obscene ways of living, wasteful, overproducing, um, you know, ungrateful, projected sort of existence. It's very weird where we got to, especially in the US. Anyways, I couldn't really speak on many other places in other countries, but I know it's like worse and better everywhere or anywhere. Given place, name of place, there's things that are worse and better. Things you get here, you don't get there, you get here, or whatever, vice versa. So that conversation made me busy because that did take a while, but that's where I was trying to get at, where it was like, yeah. I'm sorry. It's taking a long time to explain the point. Okay, so we'll move right into necromancy at that. And that was exactly why I wanted to have the conversation this way. Thank you for keeping up with the list, by the way. Because people consider necromancy to be black magic. Once again, it's ancestral. Once again, it's praying to Jesus, knowing Jesus was a living human. Being Catholic, I know it's not all Christians that do this, but the Catholics in particular believe Jesus is dead and bruised, beaten, bloodied, stabbed body on the cross that they pray to. It is weird. It didn't faze me growing up. Why, even as a child, why are they symbolizing his pain and his death and his resurrection if they didn't believe in necromancy? And you have to understand, Jesus performed the ultimate necromancy, or someone else did, really. Aliens, most likely. His real parents had him in a cave. They're like, we can fix him, but we can't just keep doing this. We have to let go of humans having a long lifespan. Jesus is the only one. And we can't just do this. Because that's what happened behind closed doors. That's why it only took 3 days, because they deliberated for like 6 months before they actually sent him back out. But of course, in space time, it's different. Mary Magdalene was the only one who witnessed them. She's the only one who's seen them. You should watch American Horror Story. I don't want to say too much, no spoilers, but it reminded me of somebody. Yeah, well, he did, because I don't think they knew that he could do that. I don't think they realized how strong he would be having like their DNA. Yeah, season 2. That's You know what I'm talking about. Don't say anything. I hate spoilers. I just don't believe in spoilers. I've been trying to not spoil the X-Files for people. That's Mary Magdalene and Jesus right there. Mwah. Oh my god. Oh my god. If you don't get it, you can message me. But I love them. Love them. I love that. Asylum's my favorite season easily. Oh yeah, Hotel is definitely up there. Hotel and is probably my second favorite, next to Asylum is my favorite. And then I have a rotating third. It used to be Freak Show, but I've watched it too many times and I'm not that depressed anymore. Yeah. Um, yeah. 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 I think it's very easy to follow Jesus. It's very easy to get adorned in Christ because he was like everything that we as people represent or are represented by. But the cult of Christianity and the rules and laws surrounding it is what really made it such a difficult journey for so many people and what made it colonization over religion. Fuck yeah, every season. And I liked the new one. People who think the new season of American Horror Story is too gay, what the fuck show do people think they're watching? There is not a single season that don't have a bunch of gay, like the whole plot revolves around gayness in every single season. I don't get why people complained about the newest season of American Horror Story being too gay. They're all gay. I did not like 1984. I liked the Red Tide half of season 10, but not so much the death. They did not do aliens well at all, and they had a lot of potential. And they just, ew, I did not like American Horror Stories at all. I watched like the first season and then did not watch the second season. Um, no, but this is totally not what we were talking about. He revived Lazarus, Christianity. Oh, so necromancy. So he performed the alternate. Yeah, I love how I scrolled up and thought, oh, necromancy, and then I scrolled down and you said it too. So, really bad writing, but also just like the concept of the show can't be done, I think, in like a single episode like that. Like I don't know, it just isn't. I don't know, it just is more violent too. Where it was like a turn off for me because I like the non-violence of American Horror Story. It's the only horror I watch. Like I don't like scary movies. So I didn't like the season 1984 because it's slashers. So I deal with dead people, and some of them have shown me how they died, and some of them have described it, and I've felt and seen the pain of others. So I'm a little about that, and it might even be because of the Catholic upbringing, worshiping the dead body. He wore the crown of thorns and had blood dripping down his face and was stabbed in the side and had an open wound, and he was skinny and hung to the cross, bleeding from his hands and feet. Like we would just wear that on our whole chest. We'd have it at the front of every fucking room. Like I went to Catholic school. It's in every church that you go to. Not to mention Stations of the Cross, where you just act out or like retell the story of him being tortured, whipped, pushed, kicked, starved, and beaten, and mocked and spit on. Like, the fuck? Why? But it makes you tough, even though you're sheltered from the world and totally soft. It's almost as if Jesus was absolving the sin of slavery before it even occurred, or it was retroactively written that way intentionally. Jesus died for our sins so we can sin and do whatever we want, and our ancestors being the guys who killed Jesus, even though we love Jesus now, it's who we are, right? Crazy. Pain and torture. So Jesus performed the ultimate necromancy by reanimating the dead. Necromancy is technically being able to reanimate the dead in any sense, but he physically brought the human form back to life. And that was his connection with God or whatever alien life created him and mixed him with human DNA. Um, but it was the ultimate reanimation of the body. So he was like openly a necromancer. Not exactly. I don't think yeah, I think it's far from a medical miracle. I think is far from the practice of necromancy. Maybe we've mastered it as a people, in a sense, is being able to reanimate the body. But at the same time, even if you are pronounced dead, science has yet to find a way to fully reanimate a body that's already entirely shut down. Whereas they might be able to fix if it's just your brain or just your heart. Um, or keep you in a comatose state. But if you just stop breathing, I don't know if you're dead enough for it to count, you know? Yeah, it could be, honestly. Yeah, like it's like the tools that we have. Research what exactly? Right. So like necromancy is the idea that you can reanimate the dead. So exactly what Jesus did, Lazarus was pronounced dead, but what doctors do, if you've only been dead for 10 minutes, I don't think that constitutes as necromancy, especially because you're not using your natural human powers to do it. So, in a way, I do see your point, and I do think it's fair to say that maybe we've mastered necromancy to an extent, but like what Jesus did was like way different, way different. He was a true necromancer, and so that's why he's got this like weird backstory, and people were like, "What the fuck?" 33333. Well, it was two at the end, but it will be. Well, who knows? Frankenstein, yeah, or aliens. Which is where the magic comes from, or the religion. It doesn't matter, like either or, right? The great gig in the sky. It's like extraterrestrial beings, right? That's what I'm saying. Um, exactly, but you don't get total shutdown. So I don't know how dead you really are if it's just one organ, right? Like you still have to have brain activity in order to be resuscitated, but your heart can stop, or you can overdose and die and get, But if you're using electricity, then you're using the power of life, not the power of death. Right? Like it's not reanimating the dead as much as it's like the jolt of life. Like if you were to use it's not necessarily because you're like reanimating the living kind of rather than Frankensteining it or Lazarusing it, if that makes sense. But I don't know. It's something you're the only person who's ever asked me that, and I think it's a great question, and I don't have a full answer yet. I have to think about it. But yeah, that's the other question is like if the soul does go anywhere, if we have a soul, sure. And that's probably Jesus's forte. So, well, no, it's interesting. And sometimes you'd be surprised at the answers that will come out because someone will just pop in and on a channel more than anything on this channel. Um, I channel more than I do tarot. But someone will just pop in and answer it. That's why the Jesus stuff comes as freely as it does because I've been practicing with him specifically for so long. that he's like so excited to watch me become myself. And be like, yes, we worked on this for years. Like, duh. Like he was that it is my homie. Like he talked. It's when Jesus talks back. It's when you've empowered your ability for necromancy, right? So it took me a long time to realize that, and it took me even longer to realize that it had anything to do with the Catholicism and praying to Jesus's body, and that he himself was a necromancer, because they don't use terms like that. They say miracles and stuff. They say, "Oh, witchcraft's bad, Christianity is good." But what the fuck are you? If you read the, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Sounds like fucking witchcraft that y'all been up to. I don't know what the fuck. So it's just very interesting to see the divide, because it does more or less kind of almost boil down to classic gender roles. Witchcraft is more highly associated with women and effeminate men, or eunuchs, classically speaking, whereas Christianity is all about the family and the man being in charge, and having the last name and going to war and fighting for what they believe in, and the women just complying to it, right? Like you see that divide. We all see that divide. Um, and who knows what they were doing back then, but that's why I think it's extraterrestrial, and they realized that they would not be able to just perform miracles on just anyone. You know, that's why it's like, I think it's people supplement their lives in different ways. Some people just have substances. Some people use substances to find spirituality. Some people use spirituality to find substances or get off of them. Um, I do wonder a lot about that too, because if I wasn't forced into a religious situation, I don't know if I would have ever embarked on spirituality. And without rejecting it, I don't know if I would have found the path I'm on now. But without all that experience, I don't know if I'd be good at what I do. It's pretty wild. It's like really all coming full circle. And y'all are watching me at this point where I've been doing this for 25 years, technically, basically since I got to fucking first grade. When I was like, all right, because I did the Catholic school before that, and reading and writing, really, it's too young to even really fathom. But oh yeah, but I stayed humble in life because of Jesus Christ. They like teach you humility, especially for women. That's what I'm saying. Like it's the power dynamics and sexism and racism rooted in all these Christian religions, regardless of what sect you are, is astounding and disgusting. Where it took me longer, I was always myself, but it took me longer to have confidence in who that was. And I was talking about this on the stream the other night, where I used to hang back in the shadows for a long time because I was like, all right, y'all don't really have to like, cool. I'm just gonna quietly do my thing and not share with anyone or not tell anyone and really give a fuck, because the point was never to impress anybody or get validation from anybody, but just because I was doing it anyways. To figure, hey, maybe if you like this, maybe this and that, maybe if you want to. Da, 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 da. Okay, well, nobody did. Nobody said they did. Nobody acted like they did. And so now that I'm finding, I'm like, well, fuck it. I was really badly injured and couldn't work right before COVID. So I started making tarot videos on YouTube, and find that I found my community um, a lot faster, and with more growth on Twitch than I did on YouTube or Instagram. And I think it says a lot about the way we choose platforms, because people on Instagram are kind of just going along with the crowd or whatever's trending, quite frankly. And there's still cool people who use Instagram, don't get me wrong, but the tarot community on there is very different than this one. And it's like you don't have this kind of, well, that's what I'm saying. Without that forced experience, I don't think I'd be as good as what I do, or as well versed at what I do now, or being as in tune. Um, but because All right, have you guys seen The Umbrella Academy? Because I hate spoilers, but this isn't necessarily a spoiler. It's just like you watch it unfold, but it's not like you don't already know what's happening. Okay, it's very much like Klaus. This is where I move into time travel. It's like if number fucking 3 and number 5 were the same person. If Klaus is number 5, I don't remember. He's number 3. And number 5 is the one who drinks coffee and time travels. It's literally me. I've been drinking coffee since I was 3 years old. It's just part of Italian culture. I didn't know coffee was for adults until I was like 23 years old. And somebody told me, oh, yeah, I waited until I was 21 before I drank alcohol or coffee. And I'm like, alcohol, I understand, but coffee, how did you go so long without it? And she's like, well, I mean, I guess I could have tried it when I was 18 or whatever. And I'm like, really? She's like, yeah, most people didn't drink it in high school where I went, but she was from a small town. I don't know, just that conversation it was the moment I realized that like not everyone was completely raised on coffee in the same way that I was. So it's pretty impressive that I don't drink as much caffeine as the average caffeine drinker because I've been yeah, don't say anything. Because I've been doing it. Pretty fucking impressive that I can just go a day or two without having any caffeine and it doesn't necessarily bother me, but I have different parts of my cycle where it does help or hurt. So I pick and choose when I have caffeine and whatnot. Um, Klaus is great. Um, he's literally such a big sweetie. Of India takes me places I've never been, always dream of going, but will always be right there. So I don't want to spoil this for anyone else, but the whole idea is that Klaus talks to dead people, and that's not a spoiler because they all have fucking nice. I was a barista twice. I used to drink like 6 to 8 shots of espresso a day, and now I drink a French press every so often, probably a couple times a week. I can treat myself to big people like a but yeah, I'm not really a daily religious coffee drinker. I just drink it if I want to, and I'm not opposed. I'm never going to be opposed to decaf. Sometimes I don't want caffeine. I want to drink the taste of coffee. I'll never understand death before decaf people. Do you not care about the sanctity of coffee? Do you not want to go through the rituals of grinding it up and putting it in with the hot water, letting it simmer? Isn't that kind of the whole fun of it? Who the fuck is talking about this decaf damn coffee? Where's that accent coming from? I don't know if one of y'all's from the South and you had a relative who used to use a percolator, and he used to make decaf coffee in it. I don't know if that's for anybody. Maybe it wasn't a French press or a percolator, but he used something. And it was like a real old school way of making coffee. Maybe it's not a southern accent. Dare I say somewhere that I would be unfamiliar with the accent. That's so funny. Hi, how's it going? Are you the one with the southern uncle who used to make his coffee in a percolator or whatever the fuck with that one? I don't know. I just really randomly started fucking speaking in a southern accent out of nowhere. When we talked about decaf coffee, so I thought that was pretty interesting. Moving right along. We're going down a list of conversation topics right now, but I think we're pretty good. So we got like 15 minutes till the next ad break. So there's like Klaus's powers, right? So there's like this place that you can go to, and like Klaus is usually passed out when he does it. But I don't necessarily. Sometimes you'll see me, and I'll just be like, and I'll be like, okay, so I got the message, or whatever. And I've dead people, I think they visited me in my sleep or in a sleep light state for a long time to begin with, and now I have better control and can just hear them when I want to. Hey, that's okay, baby. We'll see you next time. That's fine. Um, can I tell you something? Can I just can I just say that if um if if you're sorta stuck where you are, But in your dreams, you can buy expensive cars and live on Mars and have it your way. And you hate your boss at your job. But in your dreams, you can blow his head off. Not a threat. In your dreams, show no mercy. No, I hate instruments. And all your bad days will end. That's why I said that. And all your bad days will end. You have to sleep late when you can. And all your bad days will end. Yeah, fuck it. I am the instrument. I don't give a goddamn. Anyways, I hope you have a better day. I hope all your days are better. I hope all your bad days will end. You know, I'm just not trying to be really loud and sing that song right now. If I played any kind of stringed instrument, it would be the harp, but that's really ambitious because I barely learned the bass at all. At all. I'd love to try theremin full time. Like I tried it once, it was awesome. Wish I had one to try, but it just seems like an impractical thing for me to do in my life. And then accordion is the choice. I think the most logical, probably the most natural. Come to that one's my ancestors, my relatives, my lineage. They do the yeah. I took piano lessons for 9 years, and I can't really. I can kind of like I get it, but I can't really do it. If I practice enough, I know. And I know exactly where they're going with both because that's the thing about the Klaus bit um, with necromancy. But my boy was having a bad day. I had to sing him bad day. Right. Yeah, that's always nice. Did you go through such a recent breakup that you haven't changed your profile picture yet? Or are you talking about a breakup that you went through while in a new relationship? Or neither of the above? Just curious, like not trying to put you on the spot, but I'm curious. And on that note, we have 10 minutes until the ad break, but if I oh, is that not you? Oh, it's a picture from Star Wars. Bro, how the fuck am I supposed to know that? You think I watch fucking Star Wars? I watch X Files. The real Star Wars are right here. Okay, I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I was so ignorant to think that was a picture of you and your ex-girlfriend and not a picture of the Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader dude with the rat tail. He's kind of hot, the young one. He's like the dad, but he's not his dad yet. Anakin, not that one. And Natalie Portman, probably, right? Like the meme. Yeah, I don't know. What does it mean? Dual me. Okay. Anyways, listen. We got like 10 minutes. If I roll the ad, I will probably only have to roll 2 and not 3 to get back up to an hour. But we're on like the lab. We're going from necromancy and Klaus. We're going to talk more on Klaus so that I can transition into the next part. Oh my god, why would you feel like that? I am naturally very threatening, I think, and I don't mean to be, but I'm intense. And like if the testosterone is pumping, you know this bitch is thumping, okay? So That's life. Okay. Let's roll some ads. I'll be right back. Suzanne takes you down to her place by the river. You can hear the boats go by. You can spend the night beside her, and you know that she's half crazy, but that's why you wanna be there. And she'll feed you tea and oranges that come all the way from China. And you think maybe you love her, but you have no love to give her. And you sank like a stone, and you wanna travel with her, and you want to travel by. Or you think maybe she's touched you, 'cause you touched her perfect body with your mind. Bum, bum, bum. Crazy, crazy, dude, crazy. That's crazy, 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 crazy. Yeah, no, that's cute. I said I was having a bad hair day. What the fuck am I gonna do about it? Fucking style it? Probably not. I was not singing Billy Joel, by the way, or I mean Billy Idol. I'm just not singing Eyes Without a Face. That was Suzanne by Leonard Cohen, which probably came out like at least a solid decade before the Billy Idol song. Oh, okay. I almost asked you for a request, so it's funny that you said that because I don't really know it. Eyes without a face, eyes without a face. Um, that's like so fucking weird. That's I cannot think. So, if you have not seen Umbrella Academy, then consider this your spoiler warning because I want to discuss Klaus before I like transition from necromancy into the time travel and the telepathy because this is the thing that like the reason they go hand in hand and the reason that I'm insufferable about it is because it's like, y'all, I have confirmed so much via the dead, right? Just by being able to connect and be like, oh, your so and so says blah, 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 blah. And people are like, how the fuck did you know that? That woman died before you were born. I never met you before. Oh, no, you're fine. If we're in the pink box, you can interrupt me anytime. If we're in the turquoise box, don't interrupt me unless speak when spoken to when the cards are out. There's not really cards out right now. There's a few that I dropped on the floor the other day and left out for my love potions that I made. And then one that I left sitting up on the shelf for like a long time. You know what's so funny too is like um I didn't tell you guys about this. I'm making spell hearts. I guess I could show you, but I'm a little worried because one of them busted open. And it was the manifester. They're all different. I made them with the same ingredients, but with different intentions. So there was only a one of each one. I only made four. And the manifesting love one busted open. And the whole concept is like when it does come open, because they're not supposed to be completely sealed. I don't like to think like that typically. It's the everyone else that thinks like that. The cards are very demanding. The cards want silence. That's why I'm saying when we're in the pink box, like we're just talking. We're chatting and I'm taking questions and there is no such thing as interrupting. We're building the conversation together and I'm talking about whatever we mutually decide we want to talk about. Sometimes I'll have things I want to say, sometimes I don't. Tonight I really didn't. We just happened. I don't know how we got on this topic. I don't know how we ever got on any. So it's not always speak when spoken to, but the cards very much are like the cutthroat. That's why I change screens and let people know, like, you can talk to me now, but don't talk to me later. I'm probably, honestly, y'all, we're already 4 hours in. I'm probably not doing cards tonight. I'll just be honest. Um, Clearly the living are holding up the lines and it's really irritating. So let's keep going. So there was another stream I did the other night, and it might still be up because I think the videos stay up for 2 weeks. But I used a dry erase board and I drew out like this map and like literally described the underworld or whatever fucking realm this was. I don't know, just like where I've seen where I go when I do the necromancy stuff. Because I get in the cafe, you know. If you know, you know. If you watch that stream, you know what I'm talking about. If not, you can try to find it, but I never stream these. I never name these properly. I never know what the fuck's gonna happen until I'm already in it. So I just like pick a random name and then I feel weird about changing the name because it's like doesn't feel genuine that way. I think it's supposed to be a mystery. I think that's why I probably use so many musical references because if someone was just scrolling by and they saw a song title they like, they might watch it and that's how they know it's their message, right? So I like to incorporate as many of the things that I just go about my day doing. Wrote almost like a channeled message. It's like goofy because I'm an idiot. Yeah, nobody's doubting that. It's that like Jimmy Fallon song. I'm getting this weird feeling. Yeah, right. Back to the living clogging up the lines, distracting point. Um, Pick up the phone. Yeah, okay. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. Okay. Um, just because I wanted to doesn't mean I'm going to. Mantra of the week. Just because I wanted to doesn't mean I'm going to. Jesus fucking Christ. All right. Klaus. Great example. No, I really something came over me. That was so weird. It's like it's yeah, it's this weird feeling. This might constitute as possession, but once again, don't know who it is. Right? Um, it's just this. so interesting because once again, I've verified with tarot, obviously in the early days, right? And just being intuitive as a child. Made a joke today about being very under exaggerating or spot on because even since I was a kid, I just like I think I've told this story just to kind of point out this skill or the photographic memory that I have is that I just remember like my school was decorating for something and there was anchors and they were hanging 20 anchors on a line. And I looked at one and I was like, I don't think that's enough. And they're like, well, how do you know? Did you count? And I was like, no, but if you count, I bet you it's not enough. And they were like, damn, it's 19. Then they hung another one. They hung another one. I was like, listen, I'm not fucking with you. I think that one's too many. And they're like, shut the fuck up. Like, now you're just teasing us. And I was like, count that shit. And they were like, oh my God, it was 21. Like, really spot on. Every time there's those, like, guess in a jar thing, I always been really good at those. I'll be like, oh, I bet it's, and they'll be like, yeah. Or I'll be like, I'm not doing this right now and guess a random number and be totally off. But I think it's like spatial reasoning, right? But I don't know. It doesn't matter. Well, it's slightly relevant where having like such a precise eye for things and being able to recount my memories like that. I guess we could do time travel first. It's like I think people need to reconceptualize the way that they see time travel because you don't necessarily leave this spot on your timeline to be able to either one, jump timelines, or two, revisit your own past. So, like when I say time traveler, I'm dead ass. I have a photographic memory. It's like I remember moments in my life where I was like, where I'd get chills and be like, oh, I'm gonna remember this forever. And it's because I can return to those moments that I consciously put an effort to or like mark in my mind. Does everyone have this ability? I don't know, because not everyone has a photographic memory. And I'm like, are they one and the same? I'm not really sure. There's not a whole lot of science or against time travel. So it's really hard to like argue with the concept, but it's very hard for people to accept the concept just as much as it is hard to argue. Because conceptually you can't really say that it doesn't exist if you have no way to prove that it doesn't exist. If that makes sense. You crazy bitch. Why am I so hot then? I'm just kidding. Oh my god. Um, Either way, I'm happy for you. Learning tarot slowly is the best way to do it. It's a lot to take on, and I think people just learn that shit on the internet and have no regards and get a little reckless. So, um, when you think of the place in which you would descend to be able to talk to those who are in the underworld, aka the dead, something very similar to what Klaus does when we see him in the Umbrella Academy, where he is usually, like I said, unconscious and he goes and he talks to people. And so the reason I wanted to bring this up and the reason I warned y'all about spoilers, really stop if you haven't finished it. Um, exactly. I totally like never heard that concept, but totally about the concept. Like absolutely 100% feel that, right? So um it's like spoiler alert, spoiler alert. Leave now if you have not seen Umbrella Academy because I think this is season 2. So a lot happens, and the whole show is based on time travel. And honestly, in my opinion, they do it better than anyone else has ever done time travel. It's my favorite time travel show, easily by far, except for maybe Dirk Gently. But that's not even. Is it a time travel show? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Dirk Gently and Umbrella Academy are like the two best depictions of time travel, I think. Um, that makes sense. And I always felt like, yeah, I think that I'm having fun like most of the time. Um, I don't know what Travelers is. Okay, so Klaus, he's knocked out and he's in the other world and he's like, where am I? And it's like death. He sees his dead mom and they have a moment and she like shows him memories and tells him stories and tells him things where she doesn't outrightly give him information, but leads him to finding or concluding said information because she is in a place of all knowing, right? Cut to he does the same thing where he visits his father. His father is there to clean him up. It's a beautiful scene. It's one of my favorite scenes in the whole show. It's what made me be like, damn, this is a really good show. It was fun to watch before that point, but it got serious to me in that moment where I was like, this is really beautiful. And it's probably because I do relate to it on such a morbidly close to home level. But that scene really moved me when he's in the barbershop. If you know, you know. He's talking to his dad, and the same thing happens where he gets this information. Okay, I will talk about that, but I was not that much of a fan, but I will talk about that because no one does talk about that show. Um, it was interesting enough, and I liked the concept, but I did not like the execution at all. I took some random internet character quiz though, and it was the like your top 100 character alignment, and Prairie was like my top 10. Of course, like Amelie was number one, 88% Amelie, and like Fox Boulder was number 12. I think so. Um, Never seen Lockwood Academy either, and nor do I know who Joseph Stroud is. So Klaus is talking to his dad, and his dad basically gives him the answer to what he needs to do in life, even though they're theoretically in the underworld and theoretically like dead, just like we were saying earlier. Like if somebody overdoses and dies, but then they get brought back to life, is that necromancy? Or is it like not proper necromancy if it doesn't involve a necromancer? Because if you're using tools, does it count? That's like saying something's handmade because you use like a hammer and tools, but if you use like machinery, it's no longer handmade, even if you use your hands, right? I don't know how that works. Probably depends on who you ask. It probably depends on who has to put what on the label, right? So Klaus wakes up and kind of like knows what to do. He like comes back to reality and it's like, oh shit, I'm like dead person just gave me all this insider information and told me all these things and showed me the past, present, and future, basically Scrooged me, right? Okay. So Klaus effectively isn't psychic, but he has the ability to go somewhere or talk to people who inherently do know how things are going to play out or what needs to happen. Okay, like that's where it all kind of comes back to, where it's like one and the same with telepathy. It's like, does am I able to communicate as much with the living as I am with the dead? Or is the dead able to communicate with the living and I communicate back with them? So I just end up knowing a lot because I can walk the halls and I can see the shadow. That's the other thing. Once you go through the dark night of the soul and you can see people's shadows, you can see and hear them from miles and miles away, let alone being within a fucking square mile of somebody. And I've had to learn that the long and hard way is that I could be a whole distance or I could be very up close, and both ways I'll still feel it. It's just a matter of how strong. So it's like you got to pick up what you put down. So I know I'm putting a lot down, so I pick a lot up. I have a very say a magnetic aura regardless of my work of the tarot, of the necromancy, regardless. My personality, when you strip me of my skills, still amazing, right? Still just 10 out of 10. Insane, unhinged, unrealistic, surrealistic even. Okay, and another discussion that we've had on this topic and the stream is the idea that yeah, it's, you know what though, it's certain people, it's certain connections where it's like People definitely try to suppress the feelings they have towards me a lot of the time. That's what this stream the other day was like, holy shit, because it was either the night of the full moon or right before it, where it was just like, this is kind of ridiculous. And it's what I'm letting go of. I'm letting go of people who are embarrassed to know me. I'm letting go of people who refuse to align with me. I'm letting go of people who are only going to obsess about me behind my back and not to my face, who are going to obsess about me and hate on me instead of worship me from the ground up. Like, what the fuck? No one needs that kind of treatment or attitude in their life at all. So, of course, during the full moon, I had to make it very known because these people, of course, don't want to talk to me about these things. And if I initiate those conversations, I don't know what you're talking about. You're fucking crazy. But I can sit on here for 7 hours straight and tell you what your fucking grandma said last night to me. Like, roll over in her grave and say, yes, daddy. Okay, that's fucked up. Why would I say that? But somebody's grandma's mad. Don't give a fuck. Okay, so stop. You're not even 21. You don't get in this club. It's 25 and up, anyways. So listen, it's crazy to think, right? So we have this discussion that I'm not gonna get into the semantics of date rape. Holy shit, is that why? Oh my god. What a beautiful face I have found in this place. It is circling all around the sun. If you think it's about you, it's not you. It's from a long time ago when I was dumb. That makes sense. I drove it all the way back home. Wow. It's funny. Okay. Yeah, no, for sure. Sorry. So just sorry. I feel like there's just people being fucking weird lately because no one knows how to approach me or what to say because they want to be able to have the same kind of effect or power over me that I allowed them to have in the first place. Since I think they gained over me at some point, but I literally just at certain times wanted certain experiences such as love or heartbreak or you know, finding longing or anything, right? Sometimes the experience you need has to be tumultuous in order to rip you away from people and to tear you inside out, only to be put back together somewhere else, which is exactly what I've done and what I continue to do. And no amount of bastard will ever fucking stop me from doing me, as none of you have before, have you? And as much as you want to plot nefarious things in my life, because why? Because you can? Cool story, bro. You want to get sued in the end, that's fine, right? Is that a challenge? Is it supposed to scare me like it was ever a big deal to me in the first place? And that's not why I ended up doing this, right? Because people did do that and take advantage of me. Don't even fucking try it, you fucking loser weirdos left. Cool. Thank you. That is so annoying. Once again, the living kind of clogging up the lines lately because people don't know how to act. So, oh, I'm so bothered by that. These are my confessions. People are like, cool, so I can just think it and you'll know. And it's like, yeah, I guess if you want to go about that route, I can make my own assumptions and they won't always be good for you, but okay. So, anyways, getting back on topic. Kind of saw this coming, but in a way I fucking didn't. So, who even fucking knows, man? I let everything play out the way that people need it to play out because I have been doing nothing, focusing on myself. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's just certain energies that keep coming in and out because they think they'll catch me off guard or something. It's very odd because it's like, what do you want? You want to see me trip? Oh, why you even come at all? Damn, is this really all you got to do? Sounds boring to be like you. I'd much rather be doing this. I ain't gonna lie. So funny. Thank you. I love y'all's too. That's what I was saying is like I never really did have a community or a place to fit in because I've always been into this stuff and I've always talked about this and I never grew out of it and I never became any less interested, but I never necessarily got better at school or actually went into astrophysics or whatever the fuck I could have done. Instead, I did this because the necromancy is not something that can be taught unless you go to Catholic school. And yeah, did that already. So either way, it's giving. Is it Famous Blue Raincoat? It's falling morning. Dun, 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 dun. You in the locks of your hand or something. Anyways, so that's great. Um, I'm just kind of settling back into wherever we were at before we kind of got thrown off with that little disruption rather than disruption. Um, the telepathy part is kind of where it's questionable because what was that? Where I don't have to be looking at the view count in order to sit here and go, who the fuck is this? And then look up and see that somebody has just walked in or joined the chat or whatever. And like 9 times out of 10, I probably don't know who they are and have some kind of very specific message that needs to be delivered, and that's why they leave and don't come back. But then sometimes it's kind of like I can kind of tell if it is someone I know or don't know, or if it's questionably gonna be a perceived message later down the road for someone else, or supposed to be telling me insight on my end. But there is like definitely giving Iggy Azalea. All this talk about me, now talking about me. I'm here now. They can't walk around me. I'm dedicated, flow, elevated, tell every hater. Hope he never made it. So say I never make it. No, I'm celebrating. I'm never quitting. I'm resonating. I'm a pressure made diamond, so I threw him off that chain. And when it's all online, I'm who you want in the game. I'm a kid, that's for sure. Can't be like y'all, that's no-go. International, y'all loco, got this locked up psycho. I don't know. I do it better than she does, right? Who gives a fuck? What be that? I don't know. Anyways, yeah, just talk about me. Just talk about me. Sometimes it really is like that. You, if you like watch enough, you'll notice where I'm just like some people are like so strong and so about themselves. I love those little demonic ones. Yeah, the fucking radio show, and she was like boom, 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 or the stage performance where she did the same thing. She does that a lot. She does that a lot. That's why I was like, no, I literally do it better than her. Like dude, the new classic, a great album. I'm never gonna deny that. I fucking love it. And also would like to point out that 45-year-old businessman in the suburbs is literally the reason that song was ever number one. Do not blame the party girls of the 2013 era. Thank you. It was the dads across America. Okay. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of bangers on that album. And I know a lot of it. I listened to it so much. In my rap phase part two, number one. Interesting. No, that's an interesting name choice. Thanks for the follow. Is it because you want to chat back now? Maybe. Um, welcome to the channel. I'm not really doing tarot. We're talking about necromancy and telepathy. So again, if I can talk so easily to dead people, and dead people can talk to living people, or at least hear their thoughts, can they inadvertently tell me what the living is thinking? Probably. That might be where I get it from. But they also teach me things like the ability to be able to visit places like the unconscious realm, or the cafe, or the hollow halls, or knowing how to travel outside the body. So is it invasive of me? Not if you're here looking, right? It's like it's like this whole thing where you can cast over. Like I try to only really watch my own, right? Um, check in with people who I know and love. Whereas I can feel when someone's here, when they're here, when they're here, when they're here, and that's what tells me 420. what they're thinking or where they're coming from or what they're feeling or like what a hell yeah, brethren. So hi. That's okay. I didn't even. Oh, you just followed. I just put my computer on mute. I realized I wasn't muted. But the thing was going off all night every time someone followed. Well, thank you. Yeah. So we're just chatting right now, just for future reference on my channel. Always. Um, if you ever see this like pink box with the wide screen and all the art, you'll know that we're just talking about tarot related subjects. Um, a lot of times it's like more about me and like how I do the processes of what I do. At this point in the night, I'm probably not going to be doing any tarot because the conversation is pretty draining. It's a pretty intense conversation, but I think it's worth noting that it's like definitely a big part of the process. And the thing is, I could tell you exactly how I do something, and you still will fail to do it because you'd just be trying to replicate me instead of actually absorbing what I'm saying or really giving back to me for what I give. And that's people's mistake. I have big Rumpelstiltskin energy. You better keep it even with me because I never collect my debts. Everybody else does. So, you know what? Hey, you're going to do you, but that's on you, right? It's not that I'm well protected, but royal bitch. No, just kidding. No, humble. So, fuck Hogwarts. Fuck. I made a Hogwarts joke about going to Hogwarts because I went to Catholic school about pedophiles and shit, and J.K. Rowling is a turf, not a pedophile, but like honestly, good lord, fuck that shit. She literally was like, you know what? I think if people still buy my stuff, they obviously don't care that I'm a turf. And I'm like, cool, this is why we don't eat Chick-fil-A, and this is why you stop buying fucking stupid Harry Potter shit. Get over it. We're not fucking 10 anymore. She's a fucking turf. And if you're a turf, this ain't your fucking channel, bro. Sorry, that wasn't supposed to be directed at anyone. It's the general grr that it's trending. It sucks. Fuck that. What's your fucking sun sign and your pronouns? What I want to know. Sun sign pronoun on this channel. Should make this instead of just like these romantic random quotes of mine that no one can really read, right? I used to change them every single time I streamed, but I stopped doing that because I was like, honestly, why put in brain power before I do this? Um, it is very sacred around here. This combination of letters and numbers is looking vaguely familiar to me. Oh, cool. Okay, that's so funny that I said this combination of letters and numbers. Um, fuck yeah, that's why it's like, no, I don't give a fuck who's playing what game. No, fuck that. This is a fucking definitely some queer folks on this channel. Well, we're all very weird. I wouldn't say all queer, but kind of a lot of us are, I think. I love that. Rolling down the hill is right. Somebody just kicked the bitch. I went down the hill once. I ran, but I still kind of like went airborne, so I had to tuck and tumble. And I walked back up it, and I was fine. But it turns out I broke my spleen and almost died. That was fun, right? Actually, it was fun. So again, walking the edge of death, walking on the verge of death for a long time before I came to understand the powers of necromancy, right? if I only could. No, don't say sorry music. You just got here and you don't know that first of all it's Unhinged Friday. Happy motherfucking Friday, bitches. You don't know that I love Kate Bush. I've always loved Kate Bush. And the single most egotistical moment that I've ever had in my life is when blankety blank blank once referred to me as the Kate Bush of the group, and I died a little bit inside because it's so true and it was so right. It's the single best moment. The Kate Bush, okay? Apologize about music, especially if I like it. I had to whisper that or I was gonna get too excited and be too loud. Like how I am as a person. Um, Namaste. Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? So, telepathy and time travel. And dead people, can they show me past, present, and future? Can they tell me what people are thinking? That is crazy. Oh my god, maybe. Okay, you did mention you were trans, but then I didn't still get your sun sign or your pronouns. But I would never run track. I played sports in like elementary and middle school, but not high school. Something's coming in like really positive. I wonder if that's you, hardcore. I'm like, is that the love of my life? No, I'm just kidding. We just met. We didn't even meet. This is the internet. We all need to calm down. I'm ovulating a little bit soon. This is that time of the month. I never take my flirting seriously because like 2 days ago, I was literally like on here being like, I want to be violently aggressive towards everything. So please do not be deceived. But this feeling in my ear is like it's going off right now, and we didn't really do a lot of channel messages or nothing. Um, Look at the time, depending on what time zone you're in. Mm, that's kind of funny to me. Um, what do you mean? Yeah. Oh my God. Listen, sorry for the moment of silence. That was so funny. It was like something was telling me to just be like, mm-mm, mm-mm. And then it was like, as soon as it changed, it was like, um, it's almost like weird energies. I don't know if it's like more bots. It's the message I heard was like very interesting to me. Um, yeah, that's cool. Okay, cool. Nice to meet you. I'm an Aquarius moon. Um, Having like an overwhelming amount of messages. I cannot bear to even undo the chain of thoughts. It's such an odd time in the morning. And it feels like someone's like trying to remind me, okay, the fucking heat kicked on. Hey, the silence was, yeah. And now it's like, okay, You think you're radical, but you're not so radical. In fact, you're fanatical. Fanatical. I don't know if somebody's got this idea that I'm radical and that's why that song is coming up, but it was literally just like there was someone watching that it was just like, this isn't it. Like I didn't know it was weird, and I'm not gonna even say because like, y'all, we probably do get too wild on this. We need to start using the forums. Come join my website, okay? I need to actually probably make it a little bit more difficult of a process. Please state your name upon signing up. You can sign up for free. The forums are dead right now because I haven't even posted in them myself. And like alien activity all the time everywhere, right? And if I embarrass, how could I? Oh my god, how could I embarrass someone doing what I do as if it's not embarrassing for me to have to deliver these broken up, nonsensical messages for individuals? This is why I don't do individual readings on the channel because I want what I say to make sense for everyone. But people come on here and demand so much out of me and want me to fucking do this and that just to prove what, as if I haven't already proved it to everyone else. As if I ever was trying to prove it to anybody in the first place. Holy fuck balls, man. Leave me alone then. Jesus fuck Christ. Nice. Isn't that interesting? That was weird, right? Like the whole moment of silence, and I was like trying to digest the messages, and then it just ended up being like, yeah, sing this song because I think people think I'm so radical. They think I'm way more radical than I am, is the thing. It's like some of the schools of thought that I have seem radical just because of the place we're at in society, but my solutions are far from being radical because I'm talking about very minute changes and just improving oneself and on the individual level. Because you could not even really picture or fathom the macro, which once again, destroying a system currently intact isn't really going to help any of the people that we theoretically want it to help, right? So there's got to be better plays than that. And we should know that by now. We should see how much it does work and how much damage it does. And we need to really count out our resources and recognize where we're at in the world because we have been living unsustainably and we do need to kind of work as a team. And they are trying to guide us in the right direction. And we have done nothing but push back. So, as much as my views seem radical, I'm very much probably what a true centrist would be because the center of it all is humanity. And I am a humanitarian over everything. I don't know why. Oh, the ads. Fuck. You about to stay up with me? No, I'm just kidding. But really though. Um, no, okay, so just this very idea that if I could communicate with the dead, could I communicate with the living? As soon as I came back on, I started getting this fucking, it's crazy the way that people maybe want to like say things they don't want to say. Um, Not everybody's gonna get me, and pretty much nobody ever has. So this has been really fun with y'all. Um, and then because it keeps reverting back to music, it makes me question how much the thoughts are real and how much it's disruptive. Because you're seeing if I can stop when you shut your mouth, stop all your vibrating birds flying. Smell crimson fever. Yay. Yay. Cook spaghetti. Made spaghetti. Somebody made spaghetti. Can you still play guitar? No, never been able to play guitar. Just like daydream. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. My hurts. No, I've seen a little bit. Andrea, that bitch, that traitor bitch. I've seen enough of it. Is that who I'm thinking of? She's in she's in a couple other shows that I've seen. It is not. I thought you would say Maggie over anybody. What the fuck? Oh my god. Give you Andrew. Do you know who this bitch is? That's Krychek's girlfriend. That is Beeman's wife. I'm giving you Trader Fed vibes. Sad, sad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to panic like that. I'm sorry. Um, you're becoming intuitive and noticing it. Dude, yeah, I had friends who watched it week to week, so I would tune in, but I never kept up with it. I got to meet what's Daryl's brother's name? Merle. He was so fucking cool in real life. And Sid Haig was there. It was like a horror convention, and I was dressed up like a half naked hot zombie. Um, and we were taking pictures of people. It was really fun. And shout out to everybody who is at the Dirty Show tonight, or already was. It's probably over by now. Um, you watched the whole thing. I'm not. Yeah. What am I spoiling? No, come on. I was talking about three different shows and didn't even say what shows. How is that spoiling? None of it's a spoil. Come on. Okay, tiny bit spoiling. Do you know which one I spoiled? Because the biggest one I spoiled. Sorry, but nobody's even gonna watch that show. Don't say what it is. They'll forget. They won't know. They won't even put two and two together. Just don't look at it, okay? Relax. I did. I got really heated in the moment. I got really offended by that comparison. I got embarrassingly offended. That's a humbling experience because there's nothing wrong with that actress. But all of the characters associated with her totally suck, and part of me totally sucks too, right? And some people would think I'm a sellout or a traitor because I'm on fucking Twitch. No, not the Umbrella Academy. Yeah, and you were the Aries, and now we have an Aquarius. And there's a Leo and a Virgo and I'm a Taurus. And some lurkers, people coming in and out, enjoying the show, the chaos, the madness. Unhinged Friday morning. So I'm gonna get the French press going. What else are we pressed about? Okay, so it's debatable whether or not I'm like psychic or telepathic, right? But confirm with the dead people because sometimes I randomly get on here and like start channeling randos that I've literally never seen or heard of, and someone will be like, "Oh yeah, that's my relative." I can feel somebody right now, somebody who did drugs, I think, and that's why they had a southern accent and we were talking about the alcohol. Yeah, okay, thank you, thank you. For fuck's sake, I'm like, if anybody, come on, I have to be Maggie, right? I was Maggie Gyllenhaal before this, you fuck ass, or whatever the fuck. Come on, I'm always the Maggie. Wake up, Maggie. I think I got something to say to you. Yeah, I'm sorry. You guys, I got really worked up and super offended. Um, I'm so sorry about that. Um, I'm a goofball. Just a goofy ball and a meatball, 'cause Italian, bruh. Um, yeah, but I'm very much me, Illuminati. Like, why I would pick that name? It's actually just a goofy story from Snapchat one day. I was talking to somebody. They're like, "You're like an Illuminati mystic." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's cool. I should just be Illuminati mystics because I also am naughty, mysterious, or some shit. I don't know." And that's how that happened. And it wasn't that long ago. Because it kind of makes sense, you know, gotta deliver the message of the new world order in a way that's like cool and underground. 444. I'm kidding, sort of. Who knows? Like, we don't really know. It's all theoretical, right? You know what I was thinking about on the last ad break, though, is that people see me or what I do is like weird or childish or hard to believe or, you know, just kind of like really me out there, unrelatable, whatever the fuck weird adjectives people have had for it, right? Which I totally understand. It's very different. Um, and in some moments, I'm more self conscious than in other moments. But I've worked through 100% of the self conscious moments because at the end of the day, yeah, hell yeah, my inner child is healed and she walks freely amongst us because I gave her the time and attention she needed to express herself, like many people don't. And then they later tell me, "Oh, you're so sure of yourself," and blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, well, it was a lot of work, but it was also a lot of like endurance and fucking challenges along the way of being very easily isolatable because I wasn't any less weird as a child. We were all nerds. I've been a fashion icon and a goddamn legend since day one. My outfit of choice, I don't know why, when I was like 3 or 4 years old, we went to like a 50s themed party. So we had like these felt poodle skirts that were made for like a costume one night only. But I also had pink cowboy boots with like sequins and fringe on them. So I was like, yo, this is it. And like a training bra that was like not a real training bra. It was like basically a toddler crop top, but it came up to here. And I was like, this is what I'm gonna wear all summer and just sing Home on the Range for some reason. And you'd think I was in the South, but I was in the Midwest, oddly enough, and no one knew why I was like that. And I also don't know why I was like that. My sisters in the same boots and the same skirt, and they were like not into it. They were like, it's cool once in a while to play dress up, but you're weird. I didn't think I was weird. They let me do it. But it's just like that. Yeah. Oh my god, that's so sweet. I bet you look so adorable. Did she choose Peter Pan or did you choose Peter Pan? Because I love that you were Peter Pan and you're also admiring my childlike wonder. I've also let myself become old and matured in many other ways because I've been a grandma since I was a teenager and everybody knows it. They used to call me Grandma Death before I identified as a necromancer, if that tells you anything about. Always been a bag lady, always been a cat lady. That's really nice. That's really cute. Yeah, it was a great fit. Very Link of you too. It's like secular video games, also weird Disney stories. You know. Um. Wow, y'all. Everything is awesome. Everything's cool when you're part of a team. People are wild, man. People are wild. Um, People are fucking wild. Okay, listen. Am I psychic? I don't know. I know things, maybe. Do the dead people tell me stuff all the time? Stuff I need to know? Not always. The stuff I do need to know, usually anything I need to know, they'll tell me. You know what I'm saying? I can't say I know everything because I don't, but they just tell me whatever. They tell me a lot. They show me stuff. It's been happening my whole life because Jesus Christ, most likely. Um, could it be confluent with drugs? Sure, if you would like to attribute it that way. But again, been practicing necromancy and doing blood sacrificial rituals in mass ceremony every week since I was a baby. That's Catholicism. That's Christianity. We drank wine in church. We sacrificed his body and his blood. We lit candles. We did hand signs and bowing and praying. Like, I've been practicing since I was a fucking child. I think we're a different kind of dead, and that's why you can choose to talk to them. And the thing is, people, okay, so people who look at me with the green eyes, it's like, you have to understand that, sure, anybody could do this, but a lot of people who read cards or are psychic or talk to the dead won't really necessarily do all that. And most people stop when it comes to dead people. Most people who can read are pretty psychic and they'll be in tune with people without the cards in front of them if they're truly good readers, you know? They can read more than the cards. But when it comes to deceased, for some reason people are weirder about it or touchier about it, and I think it's literally because I did it my whole, like, unconsciously, subconsciously, or like right in front of me, but in a sense not unconsensually, but in a way it was early indoctrination. um, I think I was just more comfortable with the idea as I got to the point of exploring these things and like identifying with them. So it's far from being exhausting. It's like I've maintained my life, living my life around it forever, for decades. So this is what I enjoy doing, and this is what I'm doing, and that's why I do it. Um, a lot of people I know who practice other forms of this stuff stay away from necromancy because it's exhausting. From what I gather, from what I talk to people, they're like, "Oh, I'll get a message here and there, but I can't just do that." Yeah, you got someone? Are you the one who's from the South? Someone was on here and they're just randomly started. Literally, it was before. I think it was before you joined, or while you were working. Where it was like I randomly started talking about a fucking Southern accent, talking about percolator coffee or some shit like that. I don't know if that was you. Maybe. I love sequence dreams when I get to go back to places. I started drawing the mall, but it didn't work out. I can't really draw that place. I've only been there once. And it's very hard to describe, and I think it's above my caliber because it's like steampunk, futuristic, alien, dream chamber, mall epicenter, and that's just not something I can do on a whiteboard. Um, Sometimes I wish that I had something here where I could just like fucking. I agree. I've had recurring nightmares. When I was a kid, that's the thing. When I was going through the chambers, um, as a kid, I had a reoccurring nightmare and I had to get to the end of it and it wouldn't stop until I resolved it, you know? Um, and I still remember it and it was and at the end it was not even scary actually. It was really simple and it was training. And I had to do that before I was at school in my dreams and learning like how to run, which I still can't fucking do. I don't really run in this life, let alone when I'm sleeping. It's like, man. um, I can, but I choose not to, right? So yeah, exactly when I was a kid. Um, I was Captain Hook for me was chasing me, which is funny that you just brought up being Peter Pan the only time you ever had Halloween. But I would have recurring nightmares, and I wasn't necessarily like afraid. I don't even think I was that into Peter Pan at any point in my life. I knew it. I love being in the water. Yeah, I love being in the water. That's the thing. I can run. I can sustain running. It's just I prefer to walk. I prefer to like stop and smell the flowers. And so as a pastime, I just don't get it. I'll do it a little bit here and there, especially like if I'm hanging with the kids, like nannying and stuff. Like I run around with them, no doubt, and I'll fucking get down on the playground. Like I don't care. Um, I'm active, but I just think the art of running is just in not in poor taste, but just like it's like nah. I'm trying to walk around with you. I'm with you, just you, just you, just you. You know. That's what it was for me. And I'd get so exhausted in the day and I'd look forward to the dreaming. Dun, dun, dun. No, that's under ice, not the dreaming. Oh my god. Get out of my house. Yeah, Kate Bush. Weren't we singing her earlier? No, I'm having a bad hair day. That's why it's so messy and I keep touching it. I know it makes me kind of give the strung out vibe because I'm talking nonsense and channeling. Usually my hair is done and you'll notice I don't play with it as much, but I'm at a weird day in my cycle where even though I just washed it right before the stream and let it dry naturally like I do every single day, I am just at a certain point in my cycle where it goes this way, that way, this and that. Whereas literally yesterday, it looked perfect. You can check the stream. You can literally look at the stream. Did the same thing today, and it was like not having it. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Don't be sorry. Friday. Friday. I should have not got that shot in my mouth. Sleep paralysis. It can be really fucking terrifying at points. I'm gonna take a quick ad break because I need to get more water and regroup. Group, but this might be longer than 3 minutes. In fact, it will be. Give me like a bit of time. I need a second to recollect and sort my mind and sort some other things. Right. I'll be right back. If you have to make an exit, please, by all means, your dreams. Good night, collective. But if you're working your shift and you're gonna be around for a bit, I'm coming right back. Just give me a minute. Okay. It was so nice meeting you, Aquarian friend. I hope I see you again. Thanks so much. And yeah, I'll be Yeah, I know the mic was on mute now. Now I know. I unmuted it on the software, but didn't unmute it on the mic. So I'm back. Isn't it interesting how Zeus is seen as the heroic of the two brothers between him and Hades? And somehow Hades is evil because he rules over the dead, even though the dead is eternal life. And yet, Zeus was a fucking pedophile who kidnapped a 12-year-old boy and deemed him with immortality so he could have a child sex slave forever. But Hades is the bad guy? What the fuck did he do? He took in all the lost broken souls that didn't make it into Olympus. How is that a bad thing, bro? How did he become the bad guy? And that just really goes to show you who the fuck they're trying to tell you is the good guys in real life too, or in this life too. And that's what people like me, of course I have a bad rep. Of course people think what I do is evil. They think it's satanic. They think it's this and that. When in reality, who told you that, Zeus? Who told you that? A Catholic priest who got busted for who God knows what? Who told you that? The news? Who told you that? Bot accounts? It is messed up. You know? Like, what the fuck? It's kind of the same with Lucifer. God kicked him out of heaven for, or promoted him. Lucifer, you're my number one angel. I'm trusting you so much that you're going to rule the underworld. Like, how is that an insult? I don't know why. I get very passionate about this subject. But, like, it's true. It's like, who decided that that's what good and evil was represented by? And then once again, to associate dark with light, because it's like, oh, Hades is bad. That's darkness and death and blah, blah, blah. It's terrible. But this is Olympus. It's light. It's the sun and God of the sun and this and that. But it's like fucked up. They little kids up there. Like, what the fuck are y'all on? And it's not just Christianity that has these kind of like roots and origins. It's actually seen in multiple religions. And I don't want to like name names because they're not really religions that I've studied so much, but from what I understand, some of the stuff, the mythos of other religions definitely root in pedophilia in other stories where it's like really gross. It's like that's what y'all choose to worship and follow and put all of your energy into, and then you wonder why it's a problem in real life, but also you don't care because you're sacrificing to the God of your choosing, right? But Christians don't see themselves, nobody sees themselves as the problem. They don't, they're like, oh, it's not that deep. That's not why I do it, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, you need to realize that that's why people wanted you to do it. So that's inherently what you're doing it for, whether those are your intentions or not. Somebody had a greater intention than you and had way more control over the situation than you. That's what I'm saying. All the ones that are regarded as heroes, the ones who, oh, they created the whole world, but the one who said, fuck this shit, fuck you guys, I don't even fucking like y'all, went underground, got away from it. You know, he's the bad guy. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? And then they're mad. Like Christians haven't been saying, "Oh, if you're gay, you're going to hell. If you you suck dick, you worship Satan." And then they're mad when the gays turn around and make a performance art on being satanic. And they think it's like some ritualistic cult thing and not just a pushback or a criticism of the criticism that they or we have been hearing for fucking centuries, being burned at the stake for being gay, for being witches, for being women, for being independent, for not relying on a man. Come on now. And you've been saying it for hundreds of years. And now you're mad that we're just like, yeah, let's just lean into it. Fuck it. We'll just put the horns on for you if that's what you think of us. And now you're mad? How does that fucking make sense? Oh my God. I will never understand the hypocrisy part of it. So it's like it's all rooted in this fucked up shit. And of course, like, yeah, those are the gods they worship, those are the gods they attribute everything to. My god is a neon monster in outer space and a squid in the deep, 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 deep ocean. And that's really just my doctor. So I'd like to be under the sea in an octopus's garden in the shade. So did we like clear up the psychic stuff, the telepathy, and how it's not necessarily dangerous, but it's very exhausting. I wanted to really express that point that a lot of people that I know who practice tarot or like witchcraft in general or just are intuitive may have connections to people who pass away that they know, or like, what's my glitter? It's not hair, it's glitter. Um, People that they know, or people who, if they're around people who lose someone, but a lot of them do find it really draining. So it's not something that you should just try to jump into channeling dead people necessarily. And it's like maybe practice that doesn't need to be practiced by everyone necessarily. But I've done a lot of work and suffered a lot. And the ritualistic blood sacrifice that I make every month, just being a sign female at birth, does indeed make me very powerful. So um, keep that in mind, because if you're like um, busting loads or on birth control, that's gonna affect you, right? So just it's a lot more behind it all than maybe I lead on, or you might do it once or twice and still not really necessarily do it all the time. Um, some people don't approach deities and stuff, and I don't either. I mean, I don't approach anybody really. I let them approach me unless someone's requested it or paid me for it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't know. Um, I do feel like when the dead can't get through to me, that the living are clogging my lights. Because a week ago, not even a week ago, it was like a few days ago, really. I only took 2 days off the stream where I was singing Nico obsessively. That's obviously because I could see her, I heard her, she was just giving me voice lessons. And maybe she was forcing me to be in reality, but as soon as I'm back in reality and trying to mind my business and do my thing and sit down and get in it, it's like I hear the living where they like make themselves present. They want to be known. They're trying to get in my head to live rent free. And it's like, buddy, it don't work like that. And I can tell. One of them's trying to get to the back, one of them's trying to fucking do one of these. They think they can ascend. I guess I let somebody in today. I don't know who that was. International super spy. Okay. I don't know what all the activity is. And then everyone else who maybe isn't as ingrained into this stuff or doing it to the extent that I am, because again, you can practice a lot of the things that I do, but some stuff is definitely more intense than other stuff and not necessarily recommended. Whereas the more common practices, stuff you're more familiar with, like astrology or tarot, even to an extent, is different than being able to go in at will and not just when you're on a substance or easily inhibited. Because it's the thing, I'm sure people who take psychedelics probably have seen what I've seen, but I didn't necessarily take them unless I was drugged, which is possible, but like if so, no one's come forward. I only have like a number of suspects, but there's nothing to pursue because I'm not totally sure that it's true. So, very hard to say. Pretty intense trip though, and seeing my dark night of the soul that and when you have no one there to guide you or control, you just end up trying to, because you don't realize that that's not the goal. And that's why I lived, but it was like, that's fucked up. You have to injure me, slow me down. It's pathetic. Pathetic. Or aliens accounting for injuries is what I thought, but who cares? Who's fucking counting? Literally nobody, hopefully. Uh, so yeah. Yeah, it's a lot to unpack. And people who resist change, it's like separating the art from the artist, separating the god from the goddess, like really like calling out. If you want cancel culture, you gotta start from the top. You gotta go all the way back. You gotta realize like where the roots are and the lineage, the ancestry, the whole culture that it was built on, or what the whole culture was built on, or built from, in these very early structures, as we see it in Greek and Roman mythology, are pretty much, I've always been confused by that. They're like practically the same thing with different names. So I feel like they were kind of worshiping the same people with like they have very similar stories, right? Or just like all the equivalents or whatever. Um, but the Romans were like really gay at a point where I don't know if it was as pedophilic necessarily. I don't know enough. But then to see it in the church in more modern day, where it's like, yeah, these things have been upheld and sustained all this time. And the more we're complicit to every area of our life in those regards, the more it's going to be prominent and affect us on a regular basis and affect our children and affect the way people think. And it's just like, y'all need to recognize it and protect your necks, protect your fucking kids, Like, you gotta start questioning it all the way back. And sometimes it does start on the spiritual journey because, once again, I've noticed a lot of like spiritual people end up on this pipeline to like white nationalism. It's like these white women who have babies and were once spiritual just become like everything is a lie. And it's like, how did you get from like do acid and live your life to like I'm fucking white? Like it's just a weird. There is like this weird pipeline of like radicalism to nationalism, maybe. I don't know. But Jesus's followers, half of them were nationalists. So it's hard to say whether or not that's a bad thing, right? Unless, of course, you're unwilling to unlearn the process of colonization that brought you to that spiritual journey in the first place. And that's what a lot of people really choose to ignore when they get on that pipeline. Is they don't take the time to shed their other identities. They only shed the self they built rather than the self that built them. And I think that's where a lot of us, maybe even as white people, have it fucked up because there's way more to decolonize than they realize. Because for the most part, if from what I understand, if you grow up in a community like the black community, I don't know, minority is not necessarily the right term. And I think people of color, somebody pointed out that it's just colored people backwards. And I, ever since she said that, I was like, damn, that's like not a bad point. Nothing feels right to say anymore because it's like the fact that white people were implementing these terms in the first place, right? So communities outside of the white community have had to warn each other and amongst themselves, like white people will do this and that. Like white kids don't really have those conversations. Or at least a lot of them, right? And so it's like the decolonization process runs so much deeper than most people are willing to acknowledge or admit. And that's why they have a hard time with change or have a hard time with progress or new ideas, new age stuff, because it demands looking at every negative aspect of the world and inherently seeing those negative aspects in yourself. Well, I'm not really sure if there was a greater purpose to this question other than seeing how these stories of these gods and goddesses really getting passed down all this time. Because once again, like Zeus was this infamously cheating pedophile, but Hera was his wife, one of his wives. They stayed with him. They like let this man do this. It's like, ew, what the fuck's going on there? Like, no thanks. Um, fuck no. What the fuck, y'all? Oh, um, pretty crazy stuff where as much as people believe in religion or believe in tradition or believe in passing things down or like their own practices as witches or otherwise, as going to church every Sunday, same thing, right? When you devote your life to a religion, what are the origins of that religion? And if you don't know, then do you really understand where that worship is going? And this does kind of go back to yeah, probably is. Where it's like, yeah, where yeah, I would say it probably is. Um, and it's like, yeah, it's true that people want to cut corners, and then there's people who mutually also need to cut corners, and so you end up with like jobs that no one wants to do, right? But then to have the audacity to complain that anybody would do a job like that for you is where it really boggles the mind. So you think that anyone, if everybody just did it themselves, for themselves, by themselves, right? And it wouldn't even be necessary. Um, I feel like there's messages coming too. Northern Cree comes to mind. It's the Facebook drama one. Am I gonna miss out on some juicy ass Facebook drama? I read your status last night. You posted that someone else was holding you tight. You shared it for all your friends to see. I don't wanna go through the Facebook drama, so I press delete. Okay. Also taking this conversation and even going back to things like Christianity being used as an oppressive tool, it's like not a new thing for religion. But once again, what do you worship? You're worshiping basically like a drug dealing alien who was into gay BDSM. And then y'all are like, oh my God, that's just like so satanic and against the Bible. And then it's like, have you read the Bible? Jesus had brunch with 12 guys every fucking weekend. What the fuck book do you think you're reading when you read the Bible? I just don't understand the repressed homosexuality of such a gay thing. Like, the fuck? And there was no women, maybe one who was like a prostitute. So like, what? They just all had sex with her. Who knows? She wasn't really a prostitute necessarily. That's not what whores were back then, arguably speaking. But yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where it's like it wouldn't even be a predicament if everybody just did it them damn selves. And the fact that they want to cut the corners because they don't respect that line of work to assume that someone would be desperate enough to do it, right? Are you talking about like the bots and stuff that read all the things and then spit out data? The fact that people play into the AI thing is so creepy. It's like, yo, we need to get offline, and y'all are teaching online how to be stronger. But it really was an identityless entity that, once again, the all-seeing eye has been a fixture in all societies, all cultures, all religions, all eras, all times, all governments. It doesn't matter. There's always been some kind of all-seeing eye, and now it has a screen, right? And it's like the only difference. Everything always knew exactly who we were and what we were, and in ways we would never be able to really truly fathom. But it's always been there. We've always been connected, even if it was a line of paper trail, having social securities and birth certificates and everything. Like we were never necessarily completely free, even when we were free of technology. And it was so great to see you again. I feel like it's been a minute. I should be back tonight, Friday, on No Sleep Till Brooklyn, if all things go according to plan. And thanks for staying up late. And I totally get that you. It's lovely and I'm tired is the theme of the day. So, um, happy birthday. You're a Leo, but that's okay. Happy birthday, y'all. But if I say we really come, come on, give it to me. Source, are you the only one who's still up because you are the only one who's working and it seems like everyone else fell asleep? It feels like we just have very much silence now that the other last chatter is out. I feel like everybody fell asleep. This was a um, very odd night. It's goofy. The way things play out or don't play out. It's just like I get it. I see how anything could play out, but you can never force anybody to do anything, right? That was ultimately one of the things that we were just discussing. Um, yeah, right. I mean, it's true, right? It seems like we just got. I know you want to. Oh, it's so funny. Just gets to be those wee hours of the morning. 5.5 hours though. You could wait, but can you? Are you free? I never remember when you're done. With your evening. So sweet that y'all hold on as late as you do. I know I am absurdist hours, truly. I love that movie, at least as a concept. I think I saw the newer version with The Rock, right? And the blonde ones. And it was like so fucking cool, but I don't think I've seen the original. Is that the movie? Escape from Witch Mountain? What does that mean? What do you mean? Oh my god, you still have 2 more hours? Oh my god. That's a long time. I was like, could I do 2 more hours? No, this is so much. I feel like people really watch my shit and I don't even process to what degree they watch it until like today was big, or yesterday was like a big lesson in that because I watched it happen to someone else and I'm like, wow. And then I see Instagram, right? People out, it's so funny. It's just so interesting to me. Wow. You know, if my own intuition won't tell me. So, what a day. Every day is like a total magical mystery. Not to sound like Edward Sharp. Watch what? Oh my god. Really? That's the point of the night we're at. Like, huh? A magical mystery kind. Ah, la la. Ah, ah. It's a magical mystery kind. Ah, la la la. Hmm. Sometimes I wonder, like, if I can see the living people too, because sometimes, like, that's the thing, I've been on here, and someone will be like, "Oh yeah, it sounds like so and so." Come on, what? Okay, that'll be today's theme is childlike empress. Honestly, how did you know I was about that? Fucking lot up today. You're so funny. You're so funny, dude. Um, I wish there was a better word than childlike. Don't you think? But that's the thing. I'm very mature, but I am childlike. It's a childlike wonder. It's unmistakable. Just being genuinely human since day one. Just been me. Came out that way. Came out weird. Yeah. Are you talking like creepy cult stuff? What are we talking about anymore? I thought we were talking about that movie, and then I thought you were referring to what you said before, and then now you're saying it's a theme. But what place? This is getting creepy. Are you just like at that point in the evening? My hair looks better than it did, but it doesn't look like me. It looks like some bitch that's like got a government name and a government job or works at a bank or something, and I just don't identify with her at all. A white woman. Buddy, I'm barely a woman. That's the joke. Not that I'd question whether or not. What's Eldritch? Uh, weird and sinister, ghostly. Yeah, that is me. I love cryptic. I'm often very cryptic, and people are like, I can't understand anything you're saying. You speaking fucking riddles and other shit like that to me all the time. So it's okay. I'm into it. I'm like, ooh, tell me more. That's why I'm like, is it that time of the evening where we've all become unhinged? Welcome to Friday, bitches. Oh my god, I love that. Oh, because it means whatever I just read in the dictionary, which is cool. Probably where they got his name from. I saw Cthulhu once. I was tripping that time, unknowingly, way more than I thought. But right, so I think ultimately, here's the thing about dead people. They're dead. They're dead. They're dead. Um, I'm so unhinged, like all the time right now. Friday morning, and this is my new routine. I just stay up on Fridays, and then I'm gonna stream tonight so that I actually sleep. Eventually, I think. I don't know. Kind of a weird plan. We'll see how it goes. I've done it before, and it just sometimes really works. Because if I don't completely exhaust myself, yeah, absolute chaos mode. If I don't completely exhaust myself, I just won't sleep. Like last night, I walked like at least 3 miles yesterday, amongst other things. I just really wanted some flowers, and the flower shop closer to me was closed, so I just like kept walking until I got some damn flowers. Ended up getting some flowers. Then I stopped and fucking had to fucking show off to the cute whatever. And her fucking, of course her favorite. And I sit down next to this dude who like everybody's dead. And it's like, oh my God, okay. And both y'all Pisces, but she did, yeah, no, both of them Pisces. And it was just like, yeah, so end of year feelings, even though it's still Aquarius season. So it's a beautiful life. Oh, oh, it's a beautiful life. Oh, oh, it's a beautiful life. Oh, oh, it's a beautiful life. You just gotta keep giving it up, keep singing. Um, so, gosh, look at me getting tired after saying I'm gonna go so hard. No, I have a fucking Red Bull. That's where I'm at. I just don't think I want to stream the whole time until I, you know. Um, it's a beautiful life. Oh, oh, it's a beautiful life. Oh, oh. And that's just kind of stuck in my head. Um, but before the chaos, were we counting what was good? What did we want to do? What was the thing? Um, so yawn. Um, did I get bored, hungry? Did I get tired? Did I get energy? Did I get a message? Was I paying attention? No. I feel like we were talking about something and then we got distracted. It doesn't. Oh, I can't remember, but maybe I just didn't want to go into it right now. Or I was thinking about how we were talking, see, and then I start yawning. And it's not. I mean, to be fair, I've been streaming for 6 hours and it's super late. Peace was a thing, but um, sometimes when I get really tired, it's because there's an incoming message, and that's why it's like always questionable if I yawn on stream or I get really sleepy all of a sudden because it's like, oh shit, there's some shit that I'm supposed to say. And this is when we were talking about it earlier, where it's like I'm so much. Some people are more comfortable with the living, but I'm more comfortable with the dead because like they're never really nefarious. They have no purpose other than to help you because their life really wouldn't affect yours because they're dead. So there is no life to affect yours in a sense. And there's just something like comforting about that, maybe, but it's also, mm, it just scares or concerns me if it were possible to communicate with the living because it would implicate so many people or so many different scenarios in which that could have been true and would become plausible, to which everyone tried to gaslight me into thinking wasn't. So that would be not the best road to walk down, probably necessarily for other people, but um that's why I prefer to stick to the deck because it's simply less messy. So even if I do have the ability to talk to people telepathically, um, I more or less choose not to because it does feel very invasive. And if somebody wants me to, it's through tarot and they'll sign up for that and pay me for that. But people who just want to express themselves to me without actually expressing themselves to me, just want, oh, I just want you to know how I feel, even if I can't say how I feel. Some really like whack shit like that. It's just it's a disruptance. And that's what makes me want to be like, hello, yes. Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can feel that. Yes, so just hello, hi. I'm gonna throw out a white flag because you are full of red ones. Not really sure what you want. I do wear rose tinted glasses so that everyone's flags are pink instead because no one's ultimately that good or bad. And I'm a bull, so I'm gonna charge at it. Just kidding, not to that extent. Um, that would be my final take on the evening. Might run some ads, have like a little snack, and probably actually wrap it up. I think I might just call it. I'm sorry, I don't think we're gonna make it 2 hours. I think between the two of us, neither one of us have the energy to sustain this entirely. Not even for each other. Look, four. And even our silent lurkers slowly dropping. It's just maybe not even worth it. So I'll see you in 3 minutes and we'll see how we feel. And I love you so much. It's really cool to get to do this. And I'm so silly and I say so many things. And it's like, should I regret these things or should I just keep moving with spirit? Because spirit's the only one who's never let me down and always got me, right? Besides my damn self. And that's why I love myself. And everyone else should too. Love me and you. Okay, it was really fun, but yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. This was lovely. Thanks for hanging on by a thread. I love the flow in conversation where it's like one person will talk to me really consistently and then like they'll fucking dip off and someone else will talk to me consistently. And it gets me through the whole night between the lurkers. Wow, who just showed up here? I was literally about to go. Are y'all sleeping or not sleeping? You know? Because guess what? It's about to be 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 5 viewers. That sounds right. But it's crickets out here, man. I'm probably just gonna go. Really lovely to see you all if you're there. Um, Whoever's there, because obviously I can never really know if you never really admit it. Isn't that the thing? Um, that's what I like about dead people. They're much more forward and much more honest and less deceitful. You know what I mean? Yeah. You have a great night too, I think. I don't know. I just got a little bit quiet and bored. I do carry the vibe. Of course I carry the vibe. That's the whole point. But it's like, oh, 6 people? What are y'all doing? Hi. I'm not doing any tarot. Does that change anybody's mind? If they don't do tarot, are you gonna like go to next? Yeah, I don't need to entertain anybody. I'm gonna go. 5 hours, 6 hours, 55 minutes. It's meant to be, right? We talk about angel numbers all the goddamn time. We're just gonna give you a good night and a good luck